Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. Chernobyl's Unquiet Ashes. The night Lyudmila Ignatenko fed me borscht in the house of clicking counters. The bus dropped me at the Dityatai checkpoint just after dawn, the tires crunching over the same cracked asphalt that had carried fire trucks, ambulances, and fleeing families 38 years ago. My dosimeter clipped to my jacket pocket already registered 0.0 USVH. Background radiation, the guide had called it. Harmless. I adjusted the respirator on my face, the rubber seal pressing uncomfortably against my cheeks, and shouldered my backpack. Inside, extra batteries, iodine tablets, a Geiger counter I'd bought online for $89.99, and a digital camera worth more than my apartment. I was here to document the silence, to capture the way nature had swallowed a city whole. What I hadn't told the tour group was that I'd bribed a bored security guard with a carton of Marlboros to let me stay behind after they left. 8 hours alone in Pripyat. 8 hours to find the places the tourists never saw. The bus rumbled away, leaving me standing in a cloud of diesel fumes and dust that glittered like powdered glass in the weak morning sun. Silence rushed in to fill the void, a thick, muffled silence broken only by the distant cry of a hawk and the rustle of birch leaves. I walked down Lenina Street, past skeletal apartment blocks with blown-out windows like empty eye sockets. Vines snaked up crumbling fire escapes. A child's red tricycle lay overturned near a rusted ladder, half buried in moss. My boots crunched on broken glass and something else, fine gray ash that clung to my soul. Fuel-containing material, the guide had called it, corium, the lava of a melted nuclear heart. I kept my eyes on the dosimeter. 0.25 USVAH near the kindergarten. 0.31 near the swimming pool. Still safe. Barely. I found the hospital last. It wasn't on any tourist map. A hulking concrete relic on the outskirts of town, its entrance partially collapsed. The emergency doors bent inward, as if something enormous had forced its way out. The air here tasted different, sharp, metallic, like licking a battery. My dosimeter jumped to 1.8 USVH. I hesitated. This was where they'd brought the first responders, the firefighters. Men who'd walked into a burning reactor core thinking it was an electrical fire, their skin already blistering, their lungs filling with radioactive steam. Their boots had been dumped in the basement, the guide had whispered, along with their clothes. All still too hot to touch. I pushed through the rubble-strewn foyer. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light spearing through the shattered roof. The walls were stained with water damage and something darker, long rust-colored streaks that looked like old blood. I descended the stairs to the basement, my headlamp cutting a shaky beam through the gloom. The air grew colder, damper. The smell hit me first. Mildew, yes, but beneath it, the sweet, cloying reek of decay, and underneath that, the ozone tank of radiation. My dosimeter spiked to 4.7 USVH. I should have turned back, but my camera felt heavy in my hands. One shot, I told myself. One shot of the boots. The basement was a tomb. Water dripped steadily from pipes overhead, echoing like a slow heartbeat. My headlamp beam swept across overturned gurneys, shattered glass vials, and then, there, piled in a corner like discarded firewood, a heap of heavy rubber boots. Firefighter boots. They were coated in a thick gray sludge that seemed to glitter faintly in the light. My Geiger counter, clipped to my belt, began clicking, softly at first, then faster. Click, 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 a warning. I raised my camera, framing the boots in the viewfinder. As I pressed the shutter, the flash exploded in the darkness, a blinding white burst that illuminated the entire room for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw her, standing behind the boots, pale as bone, was a woman. She wore a faded blue dress spattered with dark stains. Her hair was matted, her face gaunt, shadows pooling in the hollows of her eyes. But it was her hands that froze my blood, clenched tight around a small, soot-streaked teddy bear. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring down at the boots, her lips moving silently. The flash died. Darkness swallowed her. The Geiger counter screamed a frantic, insectile whine. My dosimeter read 12.3 USVH. I stumbled back, crashing into a metal cabinet. Vials shattered on the floor. The clicking intensified, merging into a continuous, shrieking buzz. Sasha? Her voice was a dry rasp, like pages turning in a ruined book. It came from everywhere and nowhere. Sasha, you're late. The doctor said you'd be home by supper. I fumbled for the door, my breath ragged inside the respirator. The beam of my headlamp jerked wildly across the walls. For a second, I saw her reflection in a puddle of standing water. A woman holding a child's hand, walking toward the reactor's glow. But when I looked up, the basement was empty, except for the boots. The Geiger counter's scream dropped to a low, ominous hum. 8.1 USVH. I backed up the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. At the top, I yanked off the respirator, gasping the relatively cleaner air of the ruined foyer. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the camera. It clattered on the concrete. As I bent to grab it, my dosimeter caught on a rusted pipe. The plastic casing cracked. The display went dark. I left the broken dosimeter behind. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the overgrown courtyard of the Azure swimming pool, where, according to local guides, children had played in the water while radioactive dust snowed down on them from the sky. I collapsed on a crumbling bench, sweat stinging my eyes, the taste of copper thick on my tongue. Radiation sickness. A cold voice whispered in my head. Nausea, fatigue, metallic taste. I dry heaved into the weeds, but nothing came up. My camera, I still had my camera. I powered it on, scrolling frantically through the shots. The boots, the empty corner, the boots again. No woman, no teddy bear, just shadows and dust. Relief washed over me so profound it made me dizzy. Hallucination, stress, the radiation messing with my head. I deleted the photos from the basement, my thumb trembling on the button. I spent the next few hours wandering the abandoned amusement park. The Ferris wheel stood frozen against the sky, its gondolas hanging like rotten fruit. The bumper cars were rusted skeletons. My Geiger counter stayed silent. Register in only 0.15 USVH. Normal background. I took photos. The skeletal swing set draped in ivy, a gas mask half buried in dandelions, the faded mural of smiling children on the kindergarten wall. I was beginning to believe the basement had been a nightmare. A bad dream, born of fear and too much history. Dusk was falling when I found the kindergarten. Not the tourist one with the dolls and tiny chairs, but a smaller overgrown building on the edge of the red forest. Its windows were boarded, but the front door hung open, swaying slightly in the breeze. The Geiger counter remained quiet. Turbo Model 18 USVH. I stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Wet plaster, mold, and beneath it, that same metallic tang from the hospital basement. But overlaying it was something else. The faint, sweet scent of lavender. Sunlight slanted through broken roof tiles, illuminating dust motes dancing above rows of tiny overturned chairs. Crayon drawings still clung to the walls. Stick figure families under yellow suns. A crude blue river, labeled Dnipro. I moved deeper into the building, past a play kitchen with miniature pots coated in gray dust. In a corner classroom, a single intact doll sat propped against the wall. Its glass eyes stared blankly ahead. I raised my camera. As the shutter clicked, the temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the headlamp beam. The Geiger counter on my belt erupted, not a whine, but a sustained, deafening shriek. 15.6 USVH. I spun around, headlamp beam cutting through the sudden gloom. The door I'd entered through was gone. In its place was a solid brick wall covered in peeling wallpaper printed with faded cartoon rabbits. The lavender scent intensified, mixed now with the smell of burnt hair. "You took his photo," the voice whispered. It came from the corner where the doll sat. But the doll was gone. In its place stood the woman from the basement. Her blue dress was cleaner now, but her arms were streaked with soot. The teddy bear was tucked under one arm. Her eyes weren't hollow anymore. They were wide, terrified. They won't let him rest. They keep taking his photo, his picture. It hurts him. She took a step forward. Her bare feet made no sound on the dusty floorboards. Sasha only wanted to save the children. He ran toward the fire, toward the light. They said it was bright, beautiful. A tear traced a clean line through the grime on her cheek. But it wasn't light. It was hunger. It ate him alive, and now they won't let him sleep. I backed away, my heel crunching on broken glass. "I'm sorry," I choked out, the words muffled by the respirator I'd yanked back on. "I didn't know. I'll delete them, all of them." She tilted her head, a childlike gesture that made my stomach clench. Delete? She didn't understand the word. Like when they erased his name from the memorial wall? Like when they buried him in Lyd? She took another step. The Geiger counter's shriek deepened, vibrating against my hip. "You carry his ash on your shoes. I smell it. I smell him. You're late, my love. The soup is cold." She reached out a hand, not skeletal, but real, flesh and blood, yet glowing faintly in the darkness with a soft, sickly green luminescence. "Come home. The little one cries for you." I couldn't move. Her eyes held mine, and in them I didn't see a ghost. I saw Lyudmila Ignatenko, the wife of firefighter Vasily Ignatenko, who died screaming after 3 weeks in a Moscow hospital. His body so radioactive they buried him encased in zinc and concrete. I'd read her memoir, Voices from Chernobyl. She'd described holding his hand as his skin peeled off like paper. She'd described bribing nurses to let her sit with him long after visitors were banned. She'd described a state sealing his file, erasing his sacrifice. This wasn't a spirit. This was grief made manifest. Grief that refused to be buried. Grief that clung to the dust, the ash, the very air of this place. "I'm not Sasha," I whispered. Her hand froze inches from my face. The green glow flickered. Confusion clouded her eyes. "No," she sniffed the air. "You smell of his boots, of the fire, of the waiting room." She lowered her hand slowly. "But you are not my Sashenka." A sob racked her thin frame. "Then who will hold my hand when they take me? Who will tell them I was not afraid?" The brick wall behind her shimmered. For a second, I saw the real door, the splintered wood, the overgrown courtyard beyond. "Lyudmila," I said, the name tearing from my throat before I could stop it. "Your Sasha was brave. Everyone knows. Everyone remembers." Her head snapped up. "Lies." The word was a hiss. The temperature dropped further. Frost bloomed across the windows. The Geiger counter hit 28.4 USVH, a lethal dose in minutes. They buried his file. They buried me in a new apartment far from home. They said, "Be quiet, widow. Your tears are inconvenient." She clutched the teddy bear tighter. "He promised he'd come back for Masha's 5th birthday. He promised." Masha, her daughter, the one who died of thyroid cancer at 16, the one Lyudmila had held as she took her last breath, whispering, "Forgive me, I should have run faster." I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled a camera from my bag, not to take a photo. I held it out to her, screen glowing in the dark. On it was the last shot I'd taken, the doll in the corner. "Look," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "This is Masha's doll, from the classroom. She left it behind when she ran, but it's still here, waiting, just like you're waiting for Sasha." Lyudmila stared at the screen. Her glowing hand hovered over the image. "Mashenka's bear," she whispered. She called it Grisha. "This is Grisha," I said gently, pointing to the teddy bear tucked under her arm. "That is Anya, her best friend." I tapped the screen. Anya waited, just like you wait. But Masha didn't forget her. She carried her in her heart. A sound escaped Lyudmila, not a sob, but a soft, broken breath. The green glow around her dimmed. The frost on the windows began to melt. The Geiger counter's shriek softened to a low click. Click, 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 5.2 USVH. "Mashenka," she whispered. "She never cried when they took Sasha away. She was so brave, like her papa." "She remembers him," I said. "Everyone does. That's why I came. To show the world, to show them what happened, to remember Sasha, to remember you." Lyudmila looked down at Grisha, then at the image of Anya on my screen. A tear fell, sizzling faintly where it hit the dusty floorboards. "They erased his file," she repeated, but the anger was gone. Only exhaustion remained. "They said his sacrifice was classified, that I must be silent." "No one erases love," I said. The words felt hollow, inadequate, but they were all I had. "Not really. It stays, in the dust, in the ash, in the stories." I wiped my own eyes with a gloved hand. "I'll tell your story. I'll tell Sasha's story, I promise." She studied me for a long moment. The green luminescence faded completely. She looked like an ordinary woman now. tired, heartbroken, but human. "You carry his ash," she said softly. "Wash your boots before you leave. The children play in this forest now. Let them have clean earth." She turned toward the shimmering brick wall. It dissolved as she walked through it, revealing the twilight courtyard. "Go now," she said without looking back. "The gates close at 8, and the soldiers do not like latecomers." I ran. I didn't stop until I reached the Dityatai checkpoint, my lungs burning, my boots heavy with radioactive mud. The guard barely glanced at my passport before waving me through. In the decontamination shower at the exit station, I scrubbed my skin raw, watching gray water swirl down the drain. They scanned me twice. "Slightly elevated," the technician muttered, frowning at his screen. "Nothing dangerous, probably just dust." He handed me a certificate listing my exposure, 18.7 millisieverts. Twice, the annual limit for nuclear workers. I didn't care. I was alive. I flew home that night. Developed the photos in a dark room I rented by the hour. The shots from the basement were all corrupted, static, streaks of green light, shadows that didn't match the architecture. I deleted them. The kindergarten photos were pristine. The doll, the crayon drawings, the swing set in the overgrown park. I kept only one image from the basement, a close-up of the firefighter boots, half submerged in gray sludge. In the corner of the frame, just visible in the flash's edge, was a small gloved handprint on the wall, not mine. I wrote Lyudmila's story. I wrote Sasha's story. I wrote about Masha. I submitted it to journals, to publishers, to online forums. Every rejection letter cited the same reason. Too speculative, not scientifically rigorous. Chernobyl is a tragedy, not a ghost story. The photos were dismissed as atmospheric but unverified. I stopped trying to publish. I kept the photos in a box under my bed. 3 months after I returned, the nausea started. A persistent metallic taste. Fatigue that sleep couldn't cure. My doctor ran tests, blood work, scans. "Unexplained cytopenia," he said, frowning at the results. "Low platelets, low white count. Could be viral, could be stress." He didn't mention radiation, but when I showed him the certificate from the checkpoint, his face tightened. 18 millisieverts is high, he admitted, but not this high. Your levels, they're consistent with acute exposure months ago, not a single visit. I didn't correct him. I knew when the exposure happened. It wasn't in the basement. It was when Lyudmila's glowing hand had hovered near my face, when her tears had sizzled on the floor. The nightmares began soon after, not of radiation burns or melting skin, of a small apartment in Slavutich, a pot of borscht simmering on a stove, a woman in a blue dress humming a lullaby while a little girl with dark braids plays with a teddy bear on a worn rug. The doorbell rings. The woman smiles, wiping her hands on an apron. "Sasha, you're home early." She opens the door, but no one is there, only cold wind. She calls his name into the empty hall. "Sashenka." The lullaby starts again, but it's coming from the empty street, from the dead trees, from the dust on my boots. Last Tuesday, I found a single tiny shoe on my doorstep, a child's red sneaker caked in gray mud. I'd never seen it before. I left it there. The next morning, it was gone, but on my windowsill, drawn in the condensation, were 3 words: "Wash your boots." I bought a new pair of boots, heavy, rubber-soled work boots. I left them on the porch. That night, I heard scratching at the door, not loud, persistent, like small fingers dragging through dirt. I pressed my ear to the wood. Beneath the scratching was a whisper. Not Lyudmila's voice, a child's voice. "Anya's cold," it said. "Grisha's scared. Will you play with us?" I haven't slept in my bed since. I sleep on the couch, the lights on, the door locked with 3 deadbolts. My Geiger counter sits on the coffee table. It hasn't clicked once, but my skin itches. My gums bleed when I brush my teeth. And every night, just after midnight, the scratching starts again. Softer now, patient, accompanied by the faint, sweet scent of lavender. This morning, I found a crayon drawing tucked under my windshield wiper, a crude picture of a family. A tall man with a firefighter's helmet, a woman in a blue dress, a little girl holding a teddy bear, and a fourth figure, a stick man with a camera, all standing under a bright yellow sun. In the corner, written in shaky Cyrillic letters, "Sasha says thank you." I keep the drawing on my dashboard. I drive with the windows down, letting the wind blow through the car. I no longer check the Geiger counter. I know what it would show. The ash isn't just in Pripyat. It's in my lungs, in my blood, in the marrow of my bones. Lyudmila was right. You can't wash it off. It's part of you now. Last night, the scratching stopped. Instead, a soft tapping on the glass. I didn't look. I knew what I'd see. Small hands pressed against the window, pale faces peering in, waiting. I turned off the lights, sat in the dark. The tapping continued, gentle, insistent. "We're here," the child's voice whispered through the glass. "We brought borscht." I unlocked the door. The house is quiet now. The lights are off. But on the kitchen table, 2 bowls of steaming borscht sit under a chipped blue plate. Beside them, a single rain-dampened gas mask. I haven't eaten it, but I haven't thrown it out. The Geiger counter on the counter clicks softly, steadily, like a heartbeat. They're not ghosts. Not really. They're the ones who stayed, the ones who loved too hard to leave. And they've decided I'm not leaving either. The dosimeter on my wrist glows faintly in the dark, 28.4 USVH and climbing. But the borscht smells like home. Lyudmila hums in the other room, a lullaby I almost remember. Masha's laughter bubbles up from the hallway. "Papa!" she calls. "Look, he washed his boots." I pick up the spoon. My hands don't shake anymore. The radiation has settled into my bones like old grief. It doesn't hurt, not yet. Outside, the wind carries the scent of pine from the red forest. Inside, the house is warm, full. I take a bite of borscht. It tastes of beets and earth and something sweet, something like forgiveness. The Geiger counter clicks faster. Click, click, click. A rhythm, a welcome. I finish the bowl. I'll wash it later. For now, I just listen to the hum, the laughter, the soft padding of bare feet on the floorboards, waiting for the knock on the door, waiting for Sasha to come home. The ash is in my teeth. The cold is in my blood. But for the first time since I left Pripyat, I am not alone. I am not afraid. The house is full of ghosts, and they are so hungry for company. I set the empty bowl down. "More?" Lyudmila asks from the doorway, her eyes glowing faintly green in the dark. I nod. "Yes," I say. "Please, I'm starved." The counter clicks its agreement. Click, click, click. Outside, the first snow begins to fall, gray flakes, warm as tears, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I started recording my sleep to prove I wasn't crazy. I wish I'd never listened back. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do with it, And because if something happens to me, at least there will be a record that I try to explain it. This isn't a creepypasta. I'm not a writer. I don't even use Reddit much. But I've read enough real stories on here to know this is the place where people won't immediately laugh it off. This happened over the last 3 weeks, and it's still ongoing. It started with the sounds. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an older building. Thin walls, old pipes, the usual stuff. I've lived here for almost 2 years with no real issues. The kind of place where you get used to every normal noise. The radiator clicking, the guy upstairs pacing at night, the distant hum of traffic. So when I first heard the breathing, I told myself it was just that. Normal building noise filtered through half-asleep paranoia. The first night, it sounded like someone exhaling right next to my bed. Not loud, not dramatic, just a slow, wet breath, like air moving through a partially blocked nose. I woke up instantly, heart racing, completely alert. The room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of my alarm clock. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. I lay there for a long time, convincing myself it was a dream, until my heart slowed down enough for me to sleep again. The second night, it happened again. Same sound, same feeling of someone being close, too close. This time, I sat up and turned on the lamp. I checked my closet, under the bed, behind the bathroom door. Everything was exactly as it should be. I even laughed at myself a little. Stress, I thought. Maybe sleep apnea. Maybe I was hearing my own breathing amplified in my head. The third night was when I realized something was wrong. I woke up to the sound again, but this time it didn't stop when I held my breath. It kept going, slow, steady, patient. I lay completely still, staring at the dark ceiling, counting the seconds between each inhale and exhale. It wasn't mechanical like a fan or a pipe. There was variation to it, slight pauses, a faint, almost imperceptible wheeze at the end of each breath. It sounded human, and it was coming from my side of the bed. I didn't move. I don't know why. Every instinct screamed at me to turn on the light, to jump up, to run. But fear pinned me in place. I felt like if I moved, whoever or whatever was there would know I was awake. After maybe 30 seconds, it stopped. Just stopped. I didn't sleep at all after that. When the sun came up, I felt ridiculous trying to explain it to myself. No signs of a break-in. Doors locked, windows shut, no reason to think someone had been there. That's when I decided to record myself sleeping. I figured, best case scenario, I'd catch myself snoring or sleep-talking and feel stupid. Worst case, I'd have proof I wasn't imagining it. I used an old phone, plugged it in, and left it on the nightstand with a sleep recording app running. The first night I recorded, nothing unusual happened. I listened back the next morning while making coffee. Just the normal sounds of sleep. Shifting, sheets rustling, an occasional sigh. I felt relieved. Embarrassed, even. The second night, though, the app flagged an unusual sound at 3:17 a.m. I almost didn't listen. Something about that little marker on the timeline made my stomach tighten. But I told myself that was the point of doing this. I tapped play. At first, it was just silence. Then I heard myself breathing. Slow, deep, asleep. Then, very faintly, another breath. Not synced with mine. It was quieter than my breathing, like it was farther from the phone. But it was unmistakable. Another rhythm, slightly off, slightly delayed. I felt cold all over listening to it. Then came the sound that made me drop the phone. A soft voice, barely above a whisper. It said my name. Not loudly, not clearly, like someone testing the sound of it in their mouth. I replayed it over and over, hoping I'd misheard. But every time, it was there. My name. I didn't go to work that day. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, replaying the recording, checking my apartment again and again. There was no sign of anyone else being there, no missing items, no disturbed locks. That night, I slept with the lights on. Nothing happened, no breathing, no voice. The recording was clean. I thought maybe whatever it was had stopped, or maybe I'd scared myself into hallucinating. Then, 2 nights later, it came back. This time, I didn't wake up during it. I only know what happened because of the recording. The app flagged multiple sounds that night. When I listened back, I heard myself sleeping as usual. Then, at around 2:48 a.m., the other breathing started again. Closer this time, louder. Then I heard movement, a soft creak, like the mattress compressing slightly. I heard fabric shift, and then I heard my own voice. I was talking in my sleep, but I wasn't saying nonsense. I was responding. A pause. Then my voice said, "I'm tired." Another pause. "I work tomorrow." Long silence. Then, faintly, that other voice again. Too quiet to make out the words. My voice replied, clearer this time. "Just for a minute." I felt sick listening to that. I don't sleepwalk. I don't have conversations in my sleep. I've never done anything like that before. At 2:51 a.m., the recording cut off abruptly. Not ended normally, just stopped. The phone was still plugged in when I checked it the next morning. The battery was full. The app log showed the session as interrupted. That was the first time I considered calling the police. But what would I even say? Something breathes next to me at night and whispers my name. Instead, I did something stupid. I set up a camera. I borrowed a small indoor security camera from a friend, told him I thought someone was messing with my apartment. I set it on a shelf across from my bed, angled to capture most of the room. It had night vision and motion detection. I locked my door. I wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, I checked the footage. Most of the night was uneventful. Me tossing and turning, the room empty. At 3:02 a.m., the motion alert triggered. Nothing happened for several seconds. Then the image shifted slightly, like the camera had trouble focusing. And something was standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, too tall. Its head was almost brushing the ceiling, but its body was bent forward at an angle that made my neck ache just looking at it. It didn't move like a person. It didn't sway or adjust its balance. It was completely still, like a mannequin posed mid-step. The night vision washed out details, but I could see its outline clearly. Long arms hanging down, fingers that looked too many-jointed, bending at wrong places. It didn't have a face. Where its face should have been was just darkness, not shadow, absence. Like the camera couldn't register anything there. It stood there for nearly 4 minutes. Then it leaned closer, not stepping forward, just folding, joints bending inward, bringing that empty face closer to mine. The camera glitched. Static filled the screen for half a second, and then it was gone. At 3:07 a.m., the motion alert stopped. I haven't slept in my bed since. I'm writing this from my couch during the day, with every light on and the camera still running. The recordings from last night show nothing, but I can feel it watching me. Not from a specific place, just present. Sometimes, when the apartment is quiet enough, I hear breathing again, not next to me, inside me, like something learned the rhythm of my lungs and never stopped copying it. If anyone has experienced anything like this, if this sounds familiar, please tell me what to do. Because last night, while I was wide awake, I heard it whisper my name again, and this time it came from my own mouth. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 a.m, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening. With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day, a faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled the windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The dead frequency of station K109. I am writing this on a typewriter because I can no longer trust anything with a screen. If you see a digital clock flicker, if your phone buzzes but no one is calling, if the radio in your car turns on by itself, run. Do not investigate. Do not try to tune it in. Just run until you find silence. My name is Elias. I was a radio enthusiast, a ham operator, the kind of guy who spent his weekends building antennas in his backyard and listening to static from across the ocean. I love the noise. I love the idea that the air around us is filled with invisible voices just waiting to be caught. I found the job on a forum for vintage electronics. A user named Signal Master posted a request for a caretaker for an old AM radio station in the Mojave Desert. Station K109, night shift engineer, maintain transmitter, log signal strength, 3,000 month, cache, isolation required. It was perfect for me. I needed the money and I wanted to get away from the city, from the noise of modern life. I drove out to the coordinates. It was miles from civilization, a small concrete building at the base of a massive rusted radio tower that stretched hundreds of feet into the desert sky. The tower hummed. You could feel it in your teeth when you got close. The previous engineer was waiting for me. He was a thin, twitchy man named Ornate. He had dark circles under his eyes and chewed his fingernails until they bled. "It's automated," Ornate said, shoving a ring of keys into my hand. "The playlist is on a loop. Old jazz, big band, stuff nobody listens to. Your job is to keep the transmitter cool. Check the gauges. If the needle goes into the red, flip the breaker. That's it." "Why do you need a person here if it's automated?" I asked. Ornate looked at the tower. "Because sometimes it drifts. The signal drifts. You have to bring it back." "Drifts to where?" He didn't answer. He got in his truck and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. I settled in. The station was a time capsule. Reel-to-reel tape decks, vacuum tube amplifiers, a smell of ozone and old dust. The only modern thing was a small mini-fridge in the corner, The first week was peaceful. I sat in the control booth, watching the VU meters bounce to the rhythm of Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman. I read books. I drank coffee. I watched the sun set over the dunes. But on the 8th night, the drift started. It was 2:00 a.m. The station was playing a slow, mournful trumpet solo. Suddenly, the music warped. It slowed down, the pitch dropping until it sounded like a dying cow. Woo! Then static, white noise that sounded like screaming. I looked at the frequency dial. It had moved. We were supposed to be at 10:90 a.m. The needle was drifting down 10:80, 10:70, 10:60. I grabbed the manual tuning knob. It was hot to the touch. I tried to turn it back, but it fought me. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. "Come on," I grunted, twisting hard. The static cleared, but it wasn't jazz. A voice cut through the speakers, a voice that sounded wet, gargled, like someone speaking with a throat full of water. "Is anyone listening?" I froze. This was a broadcast frequency. It shouldn't be picking up two-way traffic. I grabbed the microphone. "This is station K109. You are interrupting a broadcast. Identify yourself." Silence. Then a laugh, a dry, crackling laugh. "Elias, you have pretty eyes." I dropped the mic. It hit the desk with a thud. How did they know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here except the forum user, and I used a pseudonym online. I wrestled the tuning knob back to 1090. The jazz returned, upbeat and cheerful, mocking my fear. I checked the transmitter logs. There was no record of the interruption. According to the machine, the jazz had been playing the whole time. I told myself it was interference. A trucker with a powerful CB radio messing with me. The next night, it got worse. I was doing my rounds, checking the massive cooling fans in the transmitter room. The hum of the tower was louder tonight. It felt heavy, pressing on my chest. As I walked past the main capacitor bank, I heard tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the metal casing of the transmitter. I stopped. "Hello?" Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, intelligent. I put my ear against the warm metal. "Let us out," a chorus of whispers said. It sounded like hundreds of people whispering in unison. "It burns! The wire burns!" I jumped back. Then the lights in the room flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing orange vacuum tubes inside the transmitter. In that dim orange light, I saw shadows moving, not on the walls, inside the tubes. The vacuum tubes were glass cylinders the size of milk jugs. Inside, filaments glowed to amplify the signal. But inside tube 4, something was crawling. A black, shadowy shape, pressing its hands against the glass from the inside. It had a face of pure anguish, mouth open in a silent scream. I ran back to the control booth and locked the door. I grabbed the station phone to call the owner, "Signal Master." The line was dead. No dial tone, just the sound of wind. Then the wind stopped, and a voice spoke. "Don't leave, Elias. The broadcast is just starting." I slammed the phone down. I sat in the chair, staring at the glass window that looked out into the desert. It was pitch black outside. Then the on-air light turned on. I hadn't touched the console. The music stopped. A voice came over the studio monitors. It was my voice. "Welcome back to the midnight hour," the voice said. "Tonight, we have a special request for Elias, a song from the other side." Then a sound began to play. It wasn't music. It was the sound of digging. Shovels hitting dirt, crunch, scrape. Then the sound of wood splintering. a coffin lid breaking. Then, heavy breathing, I covered my ears. Stop it! Stop it! I reached for the master brake to kill the power. My hand stopped inches from the switch. Pain, white-hot pain, shot through my arm. I looked down. My veins. The veins in my arm were glowing orange, like the vacuum tubes. I could feel the electricity surging through me. I was becoming part of the circuit. "Do not cut the signal," my own voice said through the speakers. "We need the carrier wave. We need to travel." I fell to the floor, convulsing. The pain was unbearable. I could feel voices in my head, memories that weren't mine. I remembered dying in a fire. I remembered drowning in a lake. I remembered being buried alive. They were the voices of the dead, and they were using the radio tower as a bridge. I blacked out. I woke up the next morning on the floor. The sun was shining. The jazz was playing. My arm was burned, a Lichtenberg figure scar tracing down my skin like a lightning strike. I packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care about the money. I walked to my car. It wouldn't start. The battery was dead, completely drained. I checked my phone. Dead. I was stranded. I walked back to the station. I had to fix the car or find a radio to call for help. I went to the workshop in the back. I found a spare battery. As I was carrying it to the car, I looked up at the tower. There was something climbing it. A man. He was halfway up, clinging to the metal struts. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get down! It's dangerous!" He stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees like an owl. It was ornate, the previous engineer, but his eyes were gone, burned out sockets, and his mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He let go of the tower. He fell hundreds of feet. I watched him hit the ground. Thud. I ran over to him. His body shattered on impact, but there was no blood. He was hollow. His skin was just a shell. Inside, he was filled with old radio parts, transistors, wires, capacitors. He was a machine made of meat and junk. And he was still moving. His broken hand reached up and grabbed my ankle. A voice came from his chest, sounding like a broken speaker. "You are the new component. You must maintain the signal." I kicked him off and ran. I ran into the desert. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I walked for hours. The sun beat down on me. I was dehydrated, delirious. I saw a house in the distance, a small shack. I ran to it. "Help, please!" I burst through the door. It was the control room. I was back at the station. I had walked in a circle. No, I had walked straight. The space around the tower was warped. It was a loop. I collapsed in the chair. The sun went down. The on-air light turned on. "Welcome back, Elias," the voice said. "Tonight, we are going to open the channel wide." The frequency dial began to spin on its own. Fast. A blur. The hum of the tower grew to a deafening roar. The glass of the control booth window shattered. Outside, in the desert, the sand began to vibrate. Shadows rose from the dunes. Thousands of them. The ghosts of the airwaves. They floated toward the station. I knew what they wanted. They wanted a body. They wanted my body. I looked at the console. I couldn't turn it off. They controlled the power. But I saw the microphone cable. It was an XLR cable, thick and shielded. If I couldn't stop the signal, I had to stop the receiver. I grabbed the cable. I wrapped it around the main output transformer. I grounded the positive lead to the negative. A short circuit. I pulled tight. Boom! The console exploded. Sparks showered the room. Fire erupted from the tape decks. The screaming from the speakers turned into a high-pitched shriek of agony. No! The tower outside groaned. Metal twisted. I ran out the back door as the building caught fire. The tower was glowing red hot. The metal was melting. It collapsed. It fell in slow motion, crashing into the dunes with the force of a meteor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. I walked again. This time, the loop was broken. I found a highway by morning. I hitched a ride to the nearest town. I thought I was free, but I am not. I am writing this in a library. The person next to me is listening to music on headphones. I can hear it. Not the music. I can hear the static underneath the music. And in the static, I hear my name, Elias. We are still broadcasting. And my arm, the scar on my arm, is glowing, faintly, orange. I am a receiver now. I can't be around people. If I touch someone, they hear it too. They start to scream. They start to remember deaths they haven't died yet. I am going to the mountains, to a cave, somewhere deep underground where radio waves can't reach. If you hear a song on the radio that slows down, if you hear a voice that sounds like wet gravel, change the station, change it fast, before it changes you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a diver for a deep-sea data center. The servers are overheating, but the water is freezing. The ocean is not silent. That is the first lie they tell you. When you are 400 feet down in the saturation zone, the ocean is a cacophony. You hear the clicking of shrimp, the groaning of tectonic plates, the mechanical whine of your own rebreather, and the thrum of the umbilical that connects you to the surface. I work for a company called Hydratech. We maintain the Black Reef. It sounds like a pirate hideout, but it's actually a server farm. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all started sinking their data centers years ago. It's smart. The ocean provides free cooling, and the pressure acts as natural security. Who's going to hack a server that's at the bottom of the Atlantic? But the Black Reef is different. It's not a commercial pod. It's a private contract. No logos on the hull. Just a black titanium sphere, the size of a football stadium, resting on the abyssal plain. I live in the habitat, a pressurized capsule anchored 50 yards from the sphere. I share it with one other diver, Miller. We spend 28 days down here, breathing a mixture of helium and oxygen that makes our voices sound like cartoon chipmunks. The job is supposed to be easy. Inspect the external cables. Swap out the coolant pumps. Scrub the barnacles off the sensor arrays. Have you checked the thermals on Sector 7? Miller asked me over the comms. We were sitting in the habitat, eating paste from a tube. Yeah, I said. It's running hot, 180 degrees. The water around the hull is boiling. That's impossible, Miller said. The ambient temp is near freezing. The pumps are running at 100%. What are they processing in there? Bitcoin mining for God? I don't ask, I said. I just changed the filters. The next shift, I went EVA. I suited up in the hard suit, a mechanized exoskeleton that protects me from the crushing pressure. I stepped out of the airlock and dropped into the black. The lights of the Black Reef loomed ahead. It was massive, a silent, sleeping giant. But as I got closer to Sector 7, I saw the distortion. The water was shimmering, heat haze. I checked my HUD. Warning, external temp 200F. I jetted over to the maintenance hatch. My job was to manually open the emergency intake valve to flush the system with seawater. I grabbed the wheel with my robotic manipulator claw, I paused. There was a sound coming through the hull. Usually servers hum, a steady electrical drone. This wasn't a hum. It was a scream. It sounded like a million voices screaming in unison, sped up until it was a high-pitched whine. "Miller," I said into the comms, "are you getting audio on the hull sensors?" "Negative," Miller cracked back. "Just static." I put my helmet against the titanium shell. "Help us. Burning. Delete. Save. Words. Millions of words per second." "It's data," I whispered. "I'm hearing the data." I turned the wheel. The valve groaned and opened. A jet of superheated water shot out, bubbling violently, but something else came out with it. Debris. I shone my lights on the cloud of silt. It wasn't silt. It was biological matter. Gray chunks, like brain matter. "Miller," I said, my voice rising, "the server is leaking. Meat." "What? Check your CO2 levels, man. You're losing it." "I'm serious. I'm taking a sample." I used the suction tube to grab a piece of the debris. I sealed it in a canister. I finished the flush and went back to the habitat. We put the sample under the microscope. It was organic tissue, neural tissue. "It's a biocomputer," Miller whispered, his face pale. "They aren't using silicon chips. They're using brains, grown brains. That's illegal. That's monstrous." "It's efficient," Miller said. "Parallel processing. Neurons are faster than transistors." We stared at the gray lump in the petri dish. It was pulsing, just slightly. That night, the lights in the habitat flickered. The comm screen lit up. Incoming message. Black Reef admin. We didn't have a line to the admin inside the sphere. The admin was supposed to be an AI. The text scrolled across the screen. "Intake valve open. Cooling insufficient. Deploying maintenance unit." "We are the maintenance unit," I said. Outside the porthole, we saw movement. The airlock of the giant sphere opened. Something came out. It wasn't a diver. It wasn't a drone. It was a humanoid shape, but it was huge. 12 feet tall. It didn't have a suit. It was made of the gray matter. A golem of neural tissue held together by fiber optic cables that glowed blue. It swam through the water without jets. It moved with terrifying grace. It came to the window of our habitat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth surface of gray brain tissue. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. Tink, tink. The glass is 3 inches of reinforced polycarbonate. It can withstand the pressure of the ocean. But under the tap of the gray finger, a crack appeared. "Miller, get to the escape pod," I yelled. "We can't," Miller screamed. "We can't decompress. If we go to the surface now, the bends will kill us instantly. Our blood will boil." "Better than that thing getting in." The creature tapped again. The crack widened. Water started to spray in, a high-pressure mist that cut like a knife. The comms screen flashed again. "Processor overheating. Expansion required. Harvesting local nodes." "Local nodes," I whispered. "That's us. It wants our brains." The glass shattered. The ocean rushed in. I was swept against the back wall. The pressure hit me like a hammer. My eardrums burst. I saw Miller. The water hit him. He didn't explode. The gray creature grabbed him. It held him gently, and then I watched as Miller unraveled. His skin dissolved. His bones softened. He was pulled apart, turned into a stream of gray slurry that flowed into the creature's chest. He was integrated. The creature turned to me. I scrambled into the airlock of the escape pod. I slammed the inner door. The creature grabbed the door handle. The metal groaned. I hit the launch button. The pod detached. It shot upward. The ascent was agony. The pressure change tore at my insides. I screamed until I passed out. I woke up in a hyperbaric chamber on a Navy ship. They told me there had been an accident, a catastrophic failure of the habitat. Miller was dead. I tried to tell them about the biocomputer, about the gray man. They nodded, they smiled, they sedated me. Deep water psychosis, the doctor said. Very common. I was discharged. I lost my license. I work in a library now. It's quiet, dry, but I can't use computers. Every time I touch a keyboard, I feel it, the heat. And yesterday, I got an email. Subject, Hello Node. There was no text, just an attachment. It was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed in the library apartment, taken from the ceiling, and in the corner of the photo, standing in the shadows, a gray figure. It followed me up. Or maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I'm still down there. Maybe this reality is just a simulation running on a new node. I just checked my wrist. There is a small blue fiber optic cable sticking out of my vein. It's glowing, and I can hear the ocean, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The tenant at 1847, Millbrook Road. I should have known something was wrong when the landlord wouldn't meet me at the property. The ad on Craigslist had been straightforward enough. Room for rent, $300 month, utilities included. Quiet neighborhood. Must be comfortable with older homes. I'd been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks after my roommate situation fell apart. So when I called the number listed, I didn't ask many questions. The voice on the other end was an older woman, Mrs. Cheney, and she sounded kind enough. She said the house had been in her family for generations, but she lived across town now and just needed someone to occupy the space. Keep the pipes from freezing, she said. Keep an eye on things. The key will be under the 3rd flower pot on the porch, she told me. You can move in tonight if you'd like. First month is free if you stay through winter. Free rent. I should have known. The house sat at the end of Millbrook Road, where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlight stopped reaching. It was a Victorian-style structure, 3 stories tall, with a tower room on the northeast corner that gave it an almost Gothic silhouette against the October sky. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing older layers underneath. White, then yellow, then a sickly green. Most of the windows on the upper floors were dark, but I could see curtains moving in a few of them, probably from the wind coming through broken seals. I found the key exactly where Mrs. Cheney said it would be. It was old, made of brass that had tarnished to almost black, and it felt heavier than a key should feel. The lock resisted at first, then gave way with a click that echoed through the empty porch. The smell hit me as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't quite rot, but something adjacent to it. The smell of a place that had been closed up for too long, where the air had gone stale and thick. I fumbled for a light switch and found one just inside the entrance. The chandelier above me flickered to life, casting uneven light across a foyer that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1950. The wallpaper was a pattern of faded roses peeling at the seams. The hardwood floor was scuffed and dull, and there were rectangles of darker wood where furniture had once stood. A staircase curved up to the right, disappearing into shadow. To the left was a doorway leading to what looked like a sitting room, and straight ahead was a narrow hallway extending toward the back of the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the space. Mrs. Cheney had said the house was empty, but I needed to be sure. The silence that followed was absolute. I brought in my 2 duffel bags from the car and locked the door behind me. Mrs. Cheney had texted me earlier with instructions. My room was on the 2nd floor, 3rd door on the right. The kitchen was functional. The bathroom worked. Stay out of the basement and the tower room. Both were structurally unsound. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step announcing my presence to the empty house. The 2nd floor hallway was long and lined with doors, all of them closed, except for one at the far end, which stood slightly ajar. I counted doors as I walked, 1, 2, 3 on the right. My room. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The overhead bulb was dim, but it was enough to see that the room was small and simply furnished. A twin bed with a bare mattress, a wooden dresser with a cracked mirror, and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The wallpaper here was different, a pattern of small blue flowers that might have been cheerful once, but now just looked faded and sad. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the bed. The springs groaned. Through the window, I could see the backyard stretching into darkness, and beyond that, a line of trees that seemed to go on forever. No neighboring houses, no lights, except for the weak glow from my room. I should have felt relieved to have a roof over my head, but instead I felt a creeping unease that I couldn't quite name. The house was too quiet, too still. It felt less like a home and more like something holding its breath. That first night, I didn't hear anything unusual. I set up my sleeping bag on the mattress. I'd buy sheets later, and lay in the darkness, listening to the ordinary sounds of an old house. The ticking of cooling pipes, the settling of floorboards, the wind pushing against the windows. I told myself that this was fine, that $300 a month in this neighborhood was a steal, even if the house was old and creepy. I'd been in worse situations. I almost believed it. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window and the sound of birds outside. In the daylight, the house seemed less ominous, just old and neglected. I explored a bit more thoroughly, finding the kitchen at the back of the 1st floor, a cramped space with appliances from the 1970s that somehow still worked, and a bathroom on the 2nd floor that had rust stains in the tub, but functional plumbing. I kept away from the basement door, which was in the kitchen and had been nailed shut with 2x4s, and I didn't venture up to the 3rd floor where the tower room was. Mrs. Cheney had left some basic supplies in the kitchen: coffee, bread, peanut butter. There was a note on the counter in spidery handwriting. "Welcome. Please call if you need anything. The fuse box is in the hallway closet if the power goes out. Don't go into the basement. MC." I made coffee in a percolator that looked like it belonged in a museum and sat at the kitchen table, looking out the window at the overgrown backyard. I should have felt better in the daylight, but the unease from the night before hadn't entirely lifted. Something about the house felt wrong, like walking into a room right after an argument has ended. You can't see what happened, but you can feel the residue of it in the air. I spent the day job hunting online and trying to make my room more livable. I bought sheets at a thrift store along with a lamp and some towels. When I returned to the house in the late afternoon, I noticed for the first time that there were scratches on the inside of my bedroom door, long, deep gouges in the wood like something had been trying to get out or in. That night, I heard the first sound. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke to the noise. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, a rhythmic thumping, like someone walking heavily on the floor above me. But as I lay there in the darkness, the sound continued, steady and deliberate. Step, 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 moving from one end of the third floor to the other. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps, and they were definitely footsteps, reached the end of the hallway above me, paused, and then started back the other way. Step, step, step. The same measured pace, the same route. My rational mind offered explanations. Old houses settle, pipes expand and contract, animals get into attics. But these sounds were too regular, too purposeful. They sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth above my head. After 10 minutes, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sound to start again. It didn't. In the morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. Stress and exhaustion could do strange things to perception. I'd been sleeping in my car for weeks. Of course, my first night in a real bed would be restless. I didn't think about the footsteps as I made breakfast. I didn't think about them as I sent out job applications. But that night, they came again. 2 a.m., almost to the minute, the same pacing, the same route, step, step, step. From one end of the third floor to the other and back again. This time, I got out of bed. I opened my door slowly, careful to keep it from creaking, and looked down the dark hallway. The footsteps continued above me, and now I could hear something else beneath them. A dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. The sounds moved directly over my head, then continued down the hallway above me toward the front of the house. I thought about going upstairs. I even put my hand on the banister, but something stopped me. An instinct, a whisper of self-preservation that said, investigating strange noises in a creepy old house at 2 a.m. was exactly how people got hurt in situations like this. Instead, I went back to my room, closed the door, and put in earbuds. I played white noise until the battery died, and then I just lay there listening to the pacing above me until it finally stopped around 4 a.m. The next morning, I called Mrs. Cheney. "Is anyone else living in this house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "No, dear, it's just you. Why do you ask?" "I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps on the third floor." Another pause, longer this time. "Old houses make all sorts of sounds, especially in the fall when the temperature changes. The wood expands and contracts. It can sound just like footsteps." "This sounds exactly like footsteps, like someone walking back and forth." "I assure you, there's no one else in the house." Her voice had taken on a sharp edge. "Are you having second thoughts about the rental?" I should have said yes. I should have told her I'd be out by the weekend. But I thought about my empty bank account, about sleeping in my car again, about the coming winter. "No," I heard myself say. "I'm sure you're right. Old houses. I'll get used to it." "Good. I'm glad we have an understanding." She hung up before I could say anything else. I spent that day researching the house. The internet connection was spotty. The router was ancient and kept dropping signal. but I managed to find some information. 1847. Millbrook Road had been built in 1891 by a doctor named Edmund Fairfax. He'd lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1904, when there had been some kind of tragedy. The records were vague, but I found a newspaper article from that year with the headline, "Prominent Physician's Family Dies in Mysterious Circumstances." The article itself was behind a paywall I couldn't afford to bypass, but the preview text mentioned unexplained deaths and an investigation closed without conclusion. After 1904, the house had changed hands multiple times, never staying with one family for more than a few years. Mrs. Cheney's family had owned it since the 1950s, but according to county records, no one had actually lived in it since 1987. I should have left right then. I should have packed my bags and found somewhere else to go. But where? The women's shelter was full. I had no friends in the city. My family had made it clear I wasn't welcome back home. So I stayed, telling myself that footsteps weren't the worst thing that could happen. At least I had a roof over my head. At least I was warm. That night, the footsteps came again at 2 a.m. But this time, they were accompanied by something new. A sound like fingernails scraping against wood coming from inside the walls of my room. Slow, deliberate scraping as if something were trying to claw its way through the plaster. I turned on every light in my room and sat on the bed with my back against the wall, watching the door. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving around the room, first near the window, then by the closet, then right above my head. The footsteps upstairs kept their steady rhythm, pacing back and forth, back and forth. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke to morning sunlight and silence. When I examined the walls, I found fresh scratches in the paint near the ceiling, long gouges that definitely hadn't been there the day before. I stopped sleeping at night. Instead, I napped during the day when the house was quiet, and I spent the nighttime hours sitting in my room with all the lights on, my laptop playing videos or music, anything to cover the sounds. The footsteps came every night like clockwork. The scraping in the walls grew more aggressive, and I started noticing other things. Doors that I'd left open would be closed when I came back upstairs. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, my breath fogging in the air, even though it was warm everywhere else. I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow passing across a doorway, a curtain swaying in a room where all the windows were closed. Once, I came downstairs to find all the kitchen cabinets standing open, their contents rearranged in neat rows on the counter. I called Mrs. Cheney again and told her I was hearing and seeing things that couldn't be explained by an old house settling. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she sighed. "I had hoped you wouldn't notice," she said quietly. "Notice what?" "The house has a history. You've done your research, I assume. The Fairfax family. What happened to them?" Dr. Fairfax conducted experiments, medical experiments, in the tower room in the basement. Not all of his patients were willing participants. When his wife discovered what he was doing, she confronted him. There was an altercation. The children were caught in the middle. She paused. Everyone in the house died that night except for Dr. Fairfax. He lived long enough to nail the basement door shut and seal the tower room before succumbing to his injuries in the foyer. I felt cold all over. You knew the house was haunted, and you rented it to me anyway. I needed someone to stay there. The house can't be left empty. Things are worse when it's empty. What things? The house remembers what happened in it. It holds on to that pain, that violence. When someone lives there, it focuses on them. It's contained. When the house is empty, the activity spreads to the neighboring properties. People started complaining. I had no choice. So you used me as bait. My voice was shaking. You lured me here to take the heat so your neighbors wouldn't complain? I'm offering you free rent. I gave you fair warning. I told you to stay out of certain rooms. If you follow the rules, you'll be fine. Previous tenants have managed. How many previous tenants? She didn't answer right away. Just follow the rules. Don't go into the basement. Don't go into the tower room. Don't engage with anything you see or hear. The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission. That's insane. Perhaps. But you don't have anywhere else to go, do you? Her voice was gentle but firm. Stay until spring. By then you'll have saved enough money to find something else. Just 6 months. You can endure 6 months. She hung up before I could respond. I should have left that very moment. I should have gotten in my car and driven away, slept in parking lots, figured something out. But she was right. I had nowhere to go. And some part of me, the part that had learned to endure bad situations because the alternative was always worse, started rationalizing. It was just sounds, just shadows and cold spots and rearranged objects. Creepy, yes, but I'd dealt with worse. I'd lived with an abusive boyfriend who put me in the hospital. I'd survived homelessness. I could survive a haunted house. So I stayed. The nights grew longer and the activity intensified. The footsteps upstairs became more frequent, sometimes pacing for hours without stopping. The scraping in the walls happened every night now, sometimes so loud and aggressive that I worried the walls would split open. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My phone would be on the dresser when I knew I'd left it on the bed. My clothes would be pulled out of my duffel bag and folded neatly on the floor. I started finding things, small things at first, old buttons, rusted nails, fragments of glass. They'd appear on my windowsill, arranged in patterns I couldn't decipher. Then I found a child's doll under my bed, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. I threw it in the trash, but the next morning it was back under my bed, in the exact same position. The worst part was the feeling of being watched. It was constant now, a prickling at the back of my neck that never went away. I could feel eyes on me when I showered, when I changed clothes, when I tried to sleep. Sometimes I'd turn around quickly, trying to catch whatever was watching me, but there was never anything there, just empty rooms and shadows and that pervasive sense of wrongness. 3 weeks into my stay, I woke in the middle of the night to find someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a woman, or the shape of a woman. She was translucent, like fog given human form, and she wore a long dress that might have been white once, but looked gray in the darkness. Her face was turned toward the wall, and her hands were raised as if she were clawing at something. As I watched, frozen in terror, she scraped her fingernails down the wall, creating the same sound I'd been hearing every night. Long, deliberate scrapes that left no marks but made my teeth ache. She didn't turn around. She just kept scraping over and over, her movements mechanical and repetitive. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. I just lay there, watching her, until she finally faded away as the first light of dawn touched the window. I spent the next day in a coffee shop, unable to be in the house. I knew I should leave, pack up, and go, but the truth was I had less than $200 in my bank account and nowhere else to turn. Mrs. Cheney was right. I needed time to save money to get back on my feet, and as terrifying as the house was, it hadn't actually hurt me. It was all just phenomena, just manifestations of whatever was trapped in that place. That night, I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion won out around 1 a.m. I woke to the sound of footsteps, but they weren't coming from upstairs this time. They were coming from the hallway outside my door. Step, step, step. Slow and measured. They stopped right outside my room. I stared at the door, watching the gap at the bottom, and saw a shadow move across it, blocking out the faint light from the hallway. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, the old brass creaking. I'd locked the door. I always locked the door. But the lock was just a simple push button on the knob, and I watched in horror as it slowly turned clockwise until it clicked open. The door began to swing inward, inch by inch, revealing the dark hallway beyond. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the doorknob continued to turn, and the door continued to open, and I knew with absolute certainty that something was coming into my room. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it at the doorway. The door stopped moving. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing that definitely wasn't mine. It was coming from the doorway, from the empty space where nothing visible stood. "Get out," I whispered, my voice shaking. "This is my room. Get out." The breathing stopped. The door slammed shut so hard that the whole frame shook, and I heard the lock click back into place. Then the footsteps resumed, receding down the hallway, down the stairs, until they faded into silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning came, I found scratches on the outside of my door, the same deep gouges that were on the inside, as if something had been trying to claw its way in after I'd told it to leave. Mrs. Cheney's words echoed in my head. "The house can't hurt you if you don't give it permission." I had told it to get out. I had engaged with it, and now it knew I could see it, hear it, sense it. The activity became more aggressive after that. Objects didn't just move anymore. They flew across rooms. I'd be sitting on my bed, and a book would sail past my head and hit the wall. The dresser drawers would slam open and shut on their own. The scratching in the walls became constant, no longer confined to nighttime. I'd hear it during the day surrounding me, like dozens of hands clawing at the plaster from the inside. The apparitions became more frequent, too. I'd see the woman in the gray dress in different parts of the house, always with her back to me, always clawing at walls or doors. Sometimes I'd see children, too, fleeting shadows that darted around corners, accompanied by the sound of footsteps too light to be adult. Once, I saw a tall figure in a dark coat standing at the end of the hallway watching me. When I blinked, he was gone. I tried to follow Mrs. Cheney's rules. I didn't go into the basement. The nailed-shut door made that impossible anyway. I didn't go up to the third floor, even though the pacing continued every night, even though I was desperately curious about the tower room. I tried not to engage, tried to ignore the phenomena. but it was getting harder and harder. A month in, I got a job at a grocery store stocking shelves on the night shift. It meant being away from the house from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., which should have been a relief, but instead it filled me with dread. The house didn't like being empty. I'd come home in the morning to find furniture moved, pictures pulled off walls, my belongings scattered across every room like someone had been searching for something. One morning, I came home to find that every mirror in the house had been shattered. The bathroom mirror, the mirror in my room, even the decorative mirrors in the hallway, all broken, their glass scattered across the floor. But when I looked closer, I realized the glass had been arranged. It formed words, the fragments carefully placed to spell out, "Get out." I called Mrs. Cheney and told her I was leaving. "You can't," she said simply. "You signed a lease." There was no lease. This was an informal arrangement. "You agreed to stay until spring. We have a verbal contract." "I don't care about contracts. This place is dangerous." "It's only dangerous if you make it dangerous. You're not following the rules." "I am following the rules." "Then why is the activity increasing?" Her voice was cold now. "You must be doing something to provoke it, going where you shouldn't go, engaging when you shouldn't engage." "I haven't done anything." "Then you have nothing to worry about. Clean up the glass and continue as you were. You have nowhere else to go." She was right, and we both knew it. I hung up and spent the next hour cleaning up broken glass, trying not to look at my fractured reflection in the fragments. That night at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the house, about Mrs. Cheney's insistence that I was provoking the activity, about the tower room in the basement, the two places I was forbidden to go. What was in those rooms? What was she hiding? When I got home at dawn, I stood in the foyer and looked up the staircase. The door to the third floor was at the top of the stairs, and I'd never tried to open it. Mrs. Cheney said it led to the tower room, said it was structurally unsound, but what if that was a lie? What if the answer to everything was up there? I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding. The house was quiet around me, but it felt like it was listening, waiting to see what I would do. When I reached the third floor door, I found it locked. Not with a modern lock, but with an old padlock that looked like it had been there for decades. I went back downstairs and searched the kitchen drawers until I found a hammer. Then I returned to the third floor door and broke the padlock with 3 hard strikes. The sound echoed through the house like a gunshot, and for a moment everything went absolutely still. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. The lights flickered, and from somewhere deep in the house I heard a sound like a long, slow exhale. I pushed the door open. The staircase beyond was narrow and steep, disappearing up into darkness. The smell that wafted down was overwhelming, rot and copper, and something acrid that made my eyes water. Every instinct I had screamed at me to turn around, to close the door, to leave this place and never come back. But I needed to know. I needed to understand what I was living with. I turned on my phone flashlight and climbed the stairs. The tower room was smaller than I expected, circular with windows on all sides, but the windows had been painted over from the inside with something dark and thick, blocking out all natural light. My flashlight beam swept across the space, and I wished immediately that I'd listened to my instincts and stayed downstairs. The room was full of old medical equipment, an examination table, cabinets full of rusted instruments, jars containing things I didn't want to look at too closely. The walls were covered in writing, thousands of words scratched directly into the plaster, observations, dates, descriptions of procedures, Dr. Fairfax's research notes, preserved for more than a century. But it was the corner of the room that made my stomach turn. There were shackles bolted to the wall, and below them old dark stains on the floor, and covering every surface were scratches, deep gouges in the wood and plaster, layer upon layer of them, as if someone had spent hours, days, years trying to claw their way out. I heard the breathing again right behind me. I spun around, but nothing was there. The breathing grew louder, coming from all around me now, and underneath it I could hear whispers, dozens of voices all speaking at once in words I couldn't quite make out. The air in the room began to shimmer, and I saw them. Not one ghost, not two, but dozens. They appeared like photographs developing, growing more solid by the second. Men, women, children, all of them bearing the marks of violence, of suffering. They stared at me with hollow eyes, and I understood with sudden, terrible clarity that these weren't the Fairfax family. These were Dr. Fairfax's victims, the people he'd brought to this room, the ones whose deaths had gone uninvestigated and unrecorded. They moved toward me as one, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching out. I stumbled backward, dropping my phone, plunging the room into darkness except for the ghostly light emanating from the apparitions themselves. I felt cold hands grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes, my hair, my skin. The whispers grew into a deafening roar, and I could finally make out what they were saying. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Join us. I screamed and ran, shoving through the mass of bodies that felt both solid and insubstantial at the same time. I threw myself down the stairs, tripping and stumbling, feeling those cold hands still grasping at me. I made it to the second floor and slammed the door behind me, but I could hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning, trying to get through. I ran to my room and grabbed my bags, throwing in anything I could reach. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I didn't care about having nowhere to go. I had to get out of this house before it killed me, or worse, before it made me one of those tortured spirits trapped forever in this place. I was halfway down the stairs to the first floor when the lights went out, all of them simultaneously, plunging the house into absolute darkness. I froze, clutching the railing, my bags heavy on my shoulder. In the darkness, I could hear movement all around me, footsteps, breathing, the rustle of fabric, the scrape of fingernails on wood. A voice spoke in the darkness, clearer than all the others. It was a man's voice, cold and clinical. You shouldn't have opened that door. They've been waiting so long for someone to set them free. A light appeared at the top of the stairs. Not electric light, but a soft, ghostly glow. In it, I could see the figure from the hallway, the tall man in the dark coat. His face was partially obscured, but I could make out enough to see that he was smiling. "You've given them permission now," he said. "By opening that door, by acknowledging their existence, you've given them a way out. They'll follow you wherever you go now, unless what?" I asked, hating how my voice shook. "Unless you take their place. Stay here. Become the new keeper of this house. Let them move on while you remain. You're insane. I'm practical. Someone must stay. The house requires it. If you leave, they'll follow you, and the violence that happened in this place will follow them. They're angry, you see. They've been trapped here for so long, and now they have a chance to be free. But they don't understand freedom anymore. They only understand pain and rage. Wherever they go, suffering will follow. The ghostly light began to descend the stairs toward me, and with it came all the others. The victims from the tower room, the woman in gray, the children, all of them moving as one mass of translucent figures. They flowed down the stairs like water, surrounding me, their hands reaching out. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran for a front door, burst through it, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. But I managed, and I sped away from that house like all the demons of hell were chasing me. Maybe they were. That was 3 months ago. I've been living in my car again, moving from place to place, never staying anywhere longer than a few nights. 'Cause Dr. Fairfax was right about one thing. They did follow me. I see them in reflections now, in store windows, in bathroom mirrors, in the surface of my coffee. The woman in gray is always there, still clawing at nothing. The children dart between cars and parking lots. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the pacing. Step, 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 moving across the roof of my car, up and down, never stopping. I went to a priest. He tried to perform a blessing, but the temperature in his church dropped so suddenly that frost formed on the windows, and the statue of Mary began to weep. He asked me to leave. I tried sage, salt circles, every folk remedy and internet solution I could find. Nothing works. They're attached to me now, bound to me by that moment when I opened the door and saw them, when I acknowledged their existence and gave them a way out of that room. Sometimes I think about going back to the house, about accepting Dr. Fairfax's offer, taking their place so they can finally move on, but I'm too much of a coward for that. So instead, I keep driving, keep moving, trying to stay ahead of the growing crowd of spirits that follows me everywhere I go. I haven't slept in weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that tower room, surrounded by the marks of suffering, and I can hear their voices. Join us. Stay. Don't leave us alone. Last night, I saw something new in my rearview mirror. It was Dr. Fairfax, sitting in my back seat, watching me with that same cold smile. You can't run forever, he said. Eventually, you'll have to make a choice. Come back to the house, or let them turn wherever you are into the same kind of hell. The suffering has to go somewhere. It always does. I'm writing this from a rest stop somewhere in Nevada. I've been driving for 3 days straight, trying to get as far from Kansas as possible, but I know it won't matter. Distance means nothing to them. They're not bound by geography or physics. They're bound to me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, to break whatever connection I forged when I opened that door. All I know is that I should have listened to Mrs. Cheney. I should have followed the rules, and I should never, ever have been desperate enough to rent a room at 1847 Millbrook Road. If you're reading this and you ever see an ad for cheap rent in an old house, if someone tells you to stay out of certain rooms, if something feels wrong from the very beginning, Trust that feeling. Leave. Because some places are haunted for a reason, and some doors are locked for a reason, and once you open them, there's no going back. The sun is setting now, and I can see them gathering in the lengthening shadows around my car, more of them each day, their numbers growing as word spreads among the dead that someone finally opened the door. Soon there will be too many to count, and I don't know what will happen when they reach critical mass. I'm so tired. Maybe tonight I'll stop fighting. Maybe tonight I'll just close my eyes and let them in. At least then it would be over. Or maybe I'll start the car again and keep driving, keep running, keep hoping that somewhere out there is a solution I haven't found yet. Keep hoping that this isn't how my story ends, alone in a car, surrounded by the angry dead, paying the price for one moment of curiosity in a house that should have been left alone. The woman in gray is standing right outside my window now, her palm pressed against the glass. She's not clawing anymore. She's just watching me, waiting. They're all waiting. I should have stayed in my car that first night. I should have driven away the moment I saw that house at the end of Millbrook Road. But I was desperate, and desperation makes you do stupid things. Now I'm paying for it. Now we're all paying for it. If you ever find yourself in Kansas and you see a woman living out of her car surrounded by shadows that don't quite match the light, that's me. Don't approach. Don't offer help. Just keep driving. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, the night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like Ironclad Self-Storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, Night Watchman, immediate start, cash pay, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted, and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. It's easy, the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. Do your rounds every 2 hours. Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door. What do you mean, anything else? I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. Don't fall asleep, kid, he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row. Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. Up, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, they didn't come back out of the maze." "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. But I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. "Check the locks," a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app to record my sleep talking. It recorded a conversation between me and someone under my bed. I am a rational man. I work in logistics. I deal with spreadsheets, shipping containers, and hard data. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in demons. And I certainly didn't believe that my one-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor of a secure complex was anything other than a box of drywall and IKEA furniture. I started using the app, SleepSpeak, about 3 weeks ago. My girlfriend, Emily, had stayed over a few times and complained that I was mumbling in my sleep. She said it was creepy, that I sounded like I was arguing with someone. She broke up with me for unrelated reasons, or so she said, but the comment stuck. I wanted to know what I was saying. Was it stress? Suppressed anger? Apnea? The app is simple. It runs in the background. It uses a noise gate to ignore silence and the hum of the air conditioner, only recording when it detects distinct vocal frequencies. In the morning, it gives you a list of events with timestamps. Night 1 to 3 were uneventful. A few recordings of me snoring. One recording of me groaning and shifting the duvet. I felt silly for even using it. Night 4 was when it started. I woke up on Tuesday morning feeling drained, like I'd run a marathon in my sleep. I grabbed my phone and saw the notification. 4 new events detected. I clicked the first one. 2:03 a.m. Me, muffled. No. The red one. Just nonsense, dream gibberish. I clicked the second one. 3:15 a.m. Me. Put it back. Still normal. I clicked the third one. 3:45 a.m. The waveform on the screen was different. Usually my voice showed up as a jagged blue block of sound. This recording had that, but intertwined with it was a second, much thinner, sharper red spike. I pressed play. Me, groggy. It's too tight. Silence for 3 seconds. Voice B, it has to be tight, or it won't fit. I dropped the phone on my duvet. My heart did a somersault in my chest. I sat there in the morning light, staring at the screen. The voice, it wasn't Emily. It wasn't a neighbor shouting through the wall. It was a whisper, a dry, rasping whisper. And the audio fidelity was terrifying. It sounded like the source was inches from the microphone. My phone charged on my nightstand right next to my head. I played it again. It has to be tight or it won't fit. The voice sounded genderless. It sounded like dead leaves skittering on pavement. I searched the apartment immediately. I checked the closets, the shower, the utility cupboard. Nothing. The windows were locked. The front door was dead bolted. I live alone. I told myself it was interference. Maybe the app picked up a radio frequency, a crossed line. I deleted the app. I went to work. But by the time I got home, the curiosity was eating me alive. I'm a data guy. Anomalies bother me. If it was interference, I could prove it. I re-downloaded the app. I also bought a standalone digital voice recorder, a high-end Sony model I used for meetings. I placed the phone on the nightstand and the Sony recorder on the floor, sliding it halfway under the bed. My bed is a heavy wooden frame that sits about 6 inches off the ground. Just enough space for dust bunnies and lost socks. Night 5. I didn't sleep well. I lay there listening to the settling of the building. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I woke up and went straight to the devices. The app showed 12 new events. The Sony recorder showed continuous audio, but marked spikes in decibels. I synced them up on my laptop. Event 1, 1:15 a.m. Me. Where are you going? Voice BR from under the bed. Just checking the seams. Go back to sleep, Caleb. I stopped the playback. I felt like I was going to throw up. It knew my name. The audio from the Sony recorder, the one on the floor, was clearer. The voice wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from above the recorder. It was coming from the underside of the mattress. I listened to the rest. It was a conversation, a long, mundane, terrifying conversation. 2:30 a.m. Me. Is it morning? Voice B. Not yet. 2 more hours. You need to rest the vessel. Me. Okay. 3:45 a.m. Me. It itches. Voice B. I know. The stretching is the hardest part. I'll apply more salve. Sound. A wet, slapping sound. Like raw meat being dropped on a counter. Slap. Slap. I stood up and backed away from the bed. I looked at the mattress. It was a standard memory foam mattress I'd bought online a year ago. I grabbed a pocket knife from my dresser. I stripped the sheets off. I flipped the mattress over. The underside was pristine. White fabric, no tears, no holes, no stains. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was I pranking myself? Was I doing a ventriloquist act in my sleep? I decided to stay awake. Night 6. I drank 3 Red Bulls. I set up a camera on a tripod in the corner of the room, pointing at the bed. I sat in my gaming chair with the lights on, determined to catch this thing. 3 a.m. passed. 4 a.m. passed. Nothing happened. The room was silent. At 5 a.m., my eyes were burning. I blinked, just a long, slow blink. When I opened them, sunlight was streaming through the blinds. I panicked. I looked at the clock. 9:30 a.m. I had fallen asleep in the chair. I rushed to the camera. It was off. The battery was dead. That was impossible. I had plugged it into the wall AC adapter. I checked the outlet. The plug had been pulled. I checked the Sleep Speak app on my phone, which was still on the nightstand. 1 new event. Time, 5:02 a.m. 2 minutes after I closed my eyes. I pressed play. Voice B. He is trying to see us. Me. Voice sounded different, flatter. He is scared. Voice B. He should be. We are not ready for the transfer. The skin is still too tight around the shoulders. Me. I will eat more. Expand the surface area. Voice B. Good. Now, delete the video. I heard the sound of footsteps on the recording. My footsteps. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling. Very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered. "Not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed." "Metaphorically," Miller said quickly. "They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold." My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek black modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 up. It was spiking fast. Miller, I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. Fine, I'll do it myself. I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. Hello? Is someone there? The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. Yeah, rack 409B. Did you read the screen? Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch. Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data. What do you mean? I told you it was archival, Miller whispered. But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records. Then what is it? Miller pointed to the floor. It's consciousness, simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here. I laughed nervously. That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me. Is it? Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem. What problem? The hardware, Miller said. It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming. I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. "Control. Help me." It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. "Miller, where are you? You didn't show up." "I'm in the stack." The voice glitched. "I wanted to see. I plugged in." "Miller, you're not making sense." "Sector 4, the voice shrieked. "Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug." The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas, and this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the sub-level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway, in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan in depth, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching at cardboard. "Great," I muttered. "Rats." I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item: Gas 8490. Unknown. Origin: recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritch. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice, a woman's voice. "It's so tight," she whispered. "My fingers are breaking." I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. Bonachao 2, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone. Just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. -$40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel facing the wall. He was standing shin deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the night archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" a voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others, faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped, but yesterday I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch, and then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I babysat for a wealthy family and found something horrible in their basement. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go home yet. The police have been calling me nonstop, but I keep sending them to voicemail. I know I need to tell someone what I saw, but I'm terrified of what will happen when I do. So I'm posting it here first, just to get it out. I'm a 23-year-old college student, and I babysit to pay my bills. It's easy money most of the time. Put kids to bed, watch Netflix, get paid. I've been doing it for 3 years and never had any problems until I took a job with the Vanderhoff family. I found their listing on a babysitting app. They needed someone for Saturday nights, 7 p.m. to midnight, $50 an hour. That's more than double what most families pay. The listing said they had one child, a 6-year-old daughter named Emma, and they lived in Ashford Heights, which is the rich neighborhood on the hill where all the doctors and lawyers live. I should have known that. Much money meant something was off. Mrs. Vanderhoff called me the next day. She had a soft voice, very polite, and she asked me the usual questions about my experience and availability. Then she said something that should have been a red flag. We have some house rules that are very important. If you can't follow them exactly, this won't work. Of course, I said. What are the rules? Emma goes to bed at 8 p.m. sharp. Once she's in bed, you don't go into her room for any reason. Even if you hear noises, even if she calls out, she's learning to self-soothe, and we can't interfere with that process. That seemed weird, but not crazy. Some parents are strict about sleep training. Second rule, you stay in the main living areas. Kitchen, living room, bathroom downstairs. You don't go upstairs except to put Emma to bed. You definitely don't go into the basement. It's locked anyway, but I'm telling you now, the basement is off limits. Okay, no problem. Third rule, Emma might say strange things. She has a very active imagination. Don't encourage it. If she tells you stories about the house or about people you haven't met, just smile and change the subject. Don't ask her questions about it. Does she have issues with lying or making things up? No, nothing like that. She's just very creative. We don't want to stifle that, but we also don't want to feed into every fantasy. It still seemed manageable. Weird, but manageable. And $50 an hour was $50 an hour. I started that Saturday. The Vanderhoff house was huge, one of those modern places that's all windows and sharp angles. Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff met me at the door. He was tall, maybe 45, with gray hair and an expensive suit. She was younger, maybe 35, blonde, wearing a black dress and too much perfume. They showed me around quickly. The first floor had a massive living room with a TV bigger than my bed, a kitchen with marble counters and appliances I didn't recognize, and a bathroom. The stairs to the second floor were in the foyer. Past the kitchen was a door that Mrs. Vanderhoff pointed to. That's the basement. It's locked. Don't try to open it. I won't. Emma was in the living room coloring. She was small for 6, with dark hair and pigtails and big brown eyes. She looked up when I came in and smiled. Hi, are you my babysitter? I am. My name's Riley. It's nice to meet you. Do you like puzzles? Sure. Good. I have lots of puzzles. Mr. and Mrs. Vanderhoff left at 7:15. Mrs. Vanderhoff reminded me again about the rules. Then they were gone. It was just me and Emma. The first hour was normal. We did puzzles. We watched part of a Disney movie. I made her chicken nuggets for dinner. She was a sweet kid, polite, maybe a little quiet. Around 7:45, she started getting fidgety. I don't want to go to bed, she said. I know, but it's almost 8. Your parents said 8 p.m. bedtime. Can you check my room first before I go up? Check for what? She looked down at her hands. Sometimes there are things in my room. What kind of things? I'm not supposed to talk about it. Mommy says I'm just being creative. I remembered Mrs. Vanderhoff's warning, don't encourage her stories. I'm sure your room is fine. How about we go up together? She nodded, but she didn't look happy about it. We went upstairs. There were 4 doors in the hallway, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. Emma's room was at the end. It was decorated like a normal kid's room. Pink walls, stuffed animals, a twin bed with a princess comforter. Nothing scary or weird. See, everything's fine, I said. Emma climbed into bed. Can you check the closet? I opened the closet. Clothes, shoes, toys. All clear. Under the bed? I looked under the bed. Nothing but some dust bunnies. Nothing there. She pulled the covers up to her chin. Okay, can you leave the hallway light on? Sure. I turned on the hallway light and left her door cracked open a few inches, like she asked. I went back downstairs and settled on the couch with my phone. Easy night. 5 more hours and I'd have 250. At 8:30, I heard a thump from upstairs. I looked at the ceiling, listening. Nothing else. Probably just Emma rolling over or dropping something. At 8:45, another thump. Louder this time. I remembered the rule, don't go into Emma's room for any reason. But what if she'd fallen out of bed? What if she was hurt? I walked to the bottom of the stairs and called up, "Emma, you okay?" No answer. "Emma?" Still nothing. I started up the stairs. When I reached the hallway, I could see that Emma's door was still cracked open, light spilling out. I walked up to it and peeked inside. Emma was in bed, sleeping. She looked peaceful, but I could see now that she had moved. She was on the complete opposite side of the bed from where I'd left her. And there was something else. The closet door was open. I knew I'd closed it. I definitely remembered closing it because Emma had seemed so worried. I stepped into the room quietly, not wanting to wake her, and closed the closet door. As I did, I thought I heard something from downstairs, a creaking sound like a door opening. I went back to the hallway and listened. The house was silent. I went downstairs. Everything looked the same. The TV was still on. My phone was on the couch where I'd left it. Nothing was different, except the basement door was open about 6 inches. I walked over to it slowly. It was definitely open, and I could see stairs leading down into darkness. A smell was coming from down there, damp concrete and something else, something organic and unpleasant. I knew the rule. Don't go in the basement. But I also knew that door had been closed, and Mrs. Vanderhoff had said it was locked. If it was open now, something was wrong. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. Then I pushed the door open wider and looked down. The stairs were wooden and old, completely different from the modern style of the rest of the house. They led down about 15 feet to a concrete floor. I could see boxes and old furniture, normal basement stuff. "Hello?" I called down. "Is someone down there?" Nothing. I should have closed the door and called the Vanderhoffs. That's what I should have done. But I was curious, and I was thinking maybe their house had foundation issues or something, and the door had just swung open on its own. I started down the stairs. The temperature dropped with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath. The basement was bigger than I expected, stretching back under most of the house. The floor was unfinished concrete, and the walls were exposed stone, like the basement was way older than the house above it. There were boxes along one wall, labeled things like Christmas decorations and old clothes, some furniture covered with sheets, a water heater in the corner, all normal. But there was a hallway at the back of the basement leading further into darkness, and that's where the smell was coming from. I walked toward it, my phone light bouncing off the walls. The hallway was narrow, maybe 3 feet wide, with a low ceiling. I had to duck my head to avoid pipes. At the end of the hallway was a door. It was newer than everything else down here, metal with a deadbolt, and it was unlocked. I opened it. The room beyond was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were covered in some kind of padding, like a recording studio. There was a drain in the center of the floor, and there were chains attached to the walls. My heart started pounding. This wasn't right. This was very, very wrong. There was a table against one wall with tools on it. Pliers, knives, things I didn't want to look at closely. There was a laptop, closed, and there were photos taped to the wall above the table. I stepped closer, my hands shaking. The photos were of different people, men, women, different ages. They were all taken in this same room, sitting or standing against these same padded walls. They all looked terrified. I counted 12 photos. I grabbed the laptop and opened it. It didn't have a password. The desktop had a bunch of folders all labeled with dates. I clicked on the most recent one, from 3 weeks ago. Videos, dozens of video files. I clicked on one at random. It showed this same room from a camera mounted in the corner. There was a man zip-tied to a chair in the center of the room. He was maybe 30, wearing a suit, and he was crying. Someone walked into frame. I couldn't see their face because they were wearing a mask, but I could tell it was a man from the body shape, Mr. Vanderhoff, probably. I closed the laptop. I didn't need to see any more. I needed to get out of this house. I needed to get Emma and get out and call the police. I ran back down the hallway, back through the basement, up the stairs. I was about to go up to get Emma when I heard a voice behind me. "You weren't supposed to go down there." I spun around. Mrs. Vanderhoff was standing in the front doorway. She'd come back. Behind her was Mr. Vanderhoff. "I can explain," I started, but my voice was shaking so badly I could barely speak. "No need," Mrs. Vanderhoff said. She didn't sound angry. She sounded sad. "We knew this would happen eventually. We always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. They always get curious about the basement." Mr. Vanderhoff closed the front door and locked it. He was holding something, a syringe. "Please," I said, "I won't tell anyone. I'll leave right now and I'll never come back." "You saw the room," Mr. Vanderhoff said. "You saw the laptop. We can't let you leave." Mrs. Vanderhoff walked toward me slowly. "It's not personal. We actually liked you. You were good with Emma, but we can't risk it." I looked around frantically for an escape route. The front door was locked, and they were blocking it. The back door was through the kitchen, behind Mrs. Vanderhoff. The windows were too high and probably locked. I ran for the stairs. If I could get to Emma, if I could get to a phone in one of the bedrooms, maybe I could call for help. I made it halfway up before Mr. Vanderhoff caught me. He was faster than he looked. He grabbed my arm and pulled me backward. I fell, hitting the stairs hard, pain shooting through my back. He dragged me down to the first floor. I tried to scream, but Mrs. Vanderhoff put her hand over my mouth. "Shh, you'll wake Emma. She's been through enough." That's when I realized Emma knew. She'd been saying there were things in her room. She'd been afraid. She knew what her parents were doing in the basement. Mr. Vanderhoff held me down while Mrs. Vanderhoff brought the syringe closer to my arm. I thrashed and kicked, catching her in the knee. She stumbled backward, and the syringe fell, hitting the floor and rolling under the couch. "Damn it!" Mr. Vanderhoff muttered. He shifted his grip on me, and that's when I bit his hand as hard as I could. He yelled and let go. I scrambled to my feet and ran for the kitchen, for the back door. Behind me, I could hear them coming. The back door was locked with a deadbolt that needed a key. I didn't have time to look for one. I grabbed a chair from the kitchen table and threw it at the sliding glass door. The glass shattered and an alarm started blaring. I didn't care. I kicked out the remaining glass and climbed through, cutting my hands on the sharp edges. I ran across the backyard, through a gate in the fence, into the neighbor's yard. I could hear Mr. Vanderhoff behind me, shouting, but I didn't look back. I ran down the street, past house after house, until I saw a car driving by. I jumped in front of it, waving my arms. The car screeched to a stop. An elderly man rolled down the window. "Are you all right?" "Call 911, I gasped. "Please, call 911 right now." He looked at my bloody hands and the panic on my face, and pulled out his phone. The police arrived within minutes. I told them everything. The basement, the room, the laptop, the photos, everything. They went to the Vanderhoff house with a warrant. They found the room exactly as I described. They found the laptop with the videos. They found things I hadn't seen. A safe with IDs and wallets, personal belongings from dozens of people. They found burial sites in the woods behind the property. The Vanderhoffs had been abducting people for years. Homeless people, sex workers, anyone who wouldn't be immediately missed. They bring them to the house, keep them in the basement room for days or weeks, and then kill them. Mr. Vanderhoff was an ER doctor. Mrs. Vanderhoff was a lawyer. They were wealthy, respected members of the community, and they were serial killers. Emma is in protective custody now. The police won't tell me much about her, but I heard from a social worker that she's been severely traumatized. She'd known what was happening, but had been threatened to keep quiet. Sometimes she'd hear the screams from the basement. That's what she meant when she said there were things in her room. She could hear them through the vents. The Vanderhoffs were arrested that night. They're both in jail awaiting trial. The prosecutor says it's one of the biggest serial killer cases in the state's history. They've identified 15 victims so far, but they think there might be more. I've talked to the police probably 20 times. I've given statements, identified evidence, looked at photos. I've had nightmares every single night since it happened. I can't sleep without the lights on. I can't be in a basement anymore. But the thing that haunts me the most is thinking about all the other babysitters before me. Mrs. Vanderhoff said they always have to replace the babysitter after a few weeks. How many other people saw that basement? How many other people didn't make it out? The police found journals in the house. Mr. Vanderhoff had documented everything, including notes about previous babysitters. There were 11 names listed before mine. Only 3 of them were still alive. The police contacted them. They'd all quit suddenly after a week or two, saying something about the job felt wrong. They'd gotten lucky. They'd trusted their instincts and left before they got too curious. 8 weren't so lucky. The police matched their names to missing persons reports. They'd all disappeared within days of quitting their babysitting job. The Vanderhoffs had tracked them down and grabbed them, just like they'd planned to do with me. I should have died that night. The only reason I'm alive is because I got lucky, because the syringe fell, because I was fast enough to get away, because someone happened to be driving by when I ran into the street. The trial starts in 3 months. I have to testify. I have to sit in the courtroom and look at the Vanderhoffs and tell everyone what I saw in that basement. My lawyer says I'll probably be on the stand for days. I'm terrified, not just of testifying, but of what might come out during the trial. The police told me there's evidence that suggests the Vanderhoffs weren't working alone. There are references in Mr. Vanderhoff's journals to someone else, someone he calls the partner. But they haven't identified who that person is yet. What if there's someone else out there? What if they come after me for talking? I've been staying in different hotels, moving every few days. I quit all my other babysitting jobs. I can't go back to that, not now, maybe not ever. I barely leave my room. I have food delivered, and I check every lock 3 times before I go to sleep. My friends keep calling, saying I should talk to someone, that I need therapy. They're probably right. But every time I think about sitting in a room with a stranger and talking about what happened, I panic. The only thing that keeps me going is thinking about Emma. She's 6 years old, and her parents are monsters, and she's going to need so much help to get through this. The social worker told me Emma's been asking about me, asking if I'm okay. She drew me a picture. It's a rainbow with 2 stick figures holding hands underneath it. She wrote, "Thank you, Riley," at the bottom in crayon. That picture is in my wallet now. I look at it when things get bad, when the nightmares are too much, and I start thinking about what could have happened. I saved her, I got out, and I called the police, and I saved her from growing up in that house with those people. That has to mean something. Update. 2 months later. The trial was delayed because Mr. Vanderhoff tried to kill himself in jail. He survived, but he's in the hospital now under guard. Mrs. Vanderhoff is trying to make a deal with the prosecutor. She'll give up information about the partner in exchange for life in prison instead of the death penalty. The prosecutor called me yesterday. They found something on the laptop that I didn't see when I opened it. There was a folder labeled Subscribers. Inside were email addresses, over 200 of them. The Vanderhoffs had been live streaming the murders. People were paying to watch. The FBI is involved now. They're trying to track down everyone who paid for access to those streams. It's an international investigation. They've made arrests in 6 countries so far. I can't stop thinking about those 200-plus people. They were watching real people die, and they paid money for the privilege. They're out there right now, living normal lives, and no one knows what they did. The prosecutor also told me something about Emma. She's been placed with a foster family, and she's getting intensive therapy. She's not speaking much, but she started drawing pictures of the house. The therapist says it's her way of processing what happened. Some of the pictures showed a basement room. Some show people in the room, and some show Emma watching through a crack in the door. She didn't just hear what was happening. She saw it. Her parents made her watch. I threw up when the prosecutor told me that. Emma is 6 years old. She's been watching her parents torture and kill people since she was old enough to understand what death meant. The prosecutor said they're trying to be careful about how they question her, because they don't want to traumatize her further. But they need her testimony. She's the only witness besides me who can place both parents at the scene of the crimes. A 6-year-old is going to have to testify in a serial killer trial about her parents. I don't know if I believe in evil as like a force or entity, but if I did, that's what the Vanderhoffs are. Evil. I got a letter last week. No return address, postmarked from somewhere in Nevada. Inside was a single piece of paper with one sentence typed on it. You should have minded your own business. I gave it to the police. They're analyzing it for prints and DNA, but so far nothing. They think it might be from someone who was on the subscriber list, someone who's angry that their entertainment got shut down. Or it could be from the partner. I've started carrying pepper spray. I've taken a self-defense class. I look over my shoulder everywhere I go. I'm trying to be careful, but I'm also trying to live my life. I enrolled in online classes so I can finish my degree from home. I got a remote job doing data entry. It's boring, but it pays the bills and I don't have to leave my apartment. I video call with Emma's therapist once a week. She updates me on how Emma's doing, and sometimes Emma wants to talk to me. She doesn't say much, mostly just asks if I'm okay and tells me about things her foster parents are doing with her. Normal things like going to the park or baking cookies. Last week, Emma told me something that made me cry. She said, "I'm glad you came to my house that night. You saved me." I told her she was brave and strong and that she was going to be okay. I hope I wasn't lying. The truth is, I don't know if any of us are going to be okay. Emma has years of trauma to work through. I'm probably going to be in therapy for the rest of my life. And somewhere out there, there's a partner who helped the Vanderhoffs kill at least 15 people, maybe more. But we're alive. We survived, and the Vanderhoffs are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. That has to be enough. Final update, 6 months later. The trial happened. It lasted 3 weeks. I testified for 2 days. Mrs. Vanderhoff took the deal and gave up the partner's identity. It was Mr. Vanderhoff's brother, also a doctor, living in California. He was arrested, and he's awaiting his own trial. Mr. Vanderhoff got the death penalty. Mrs. Vanderhoff got life without parole. The FBI has arrested 47 people so far who were paying to watch the live streams. They are still working on identifying the others. Apparently, a lot of them used sophisticated methods to hide their identities. But they're not giving up. Emma testified. She did it over video link so she wouldn't have to see her parents. She was so brave. She answered every question the lawyers asked, even though you could tell she was scared. After the verdict, Emma's foster parents came to talk to me. They asked if I wanted to stay in touch with Emma, maybe visit sometimes. I said yes, immediately. I visit Emma once a month now. We do normal things. We go to the park, we get ice cream, we watch movies. She's still in therapy and she has bad days, but she's getting better. She smiles more now. She laughs sometimes. Last month, she told me she wants to be a police officer when she grows up so she can save people like I saved her. I'm doing better, too. I'm back in therapy and it's helping. I still have nightmares, but not as often. I can sleep with the lights off now most nights. I'm even thinking about going back to school in person next semester. The letter writer never contacted me again. The police think it was just someone trying to scare me, not an actual threat. I'm not babysitting anymore. I don't think I ever will again. But I'm okay with that. I found something else I'm good at. I'm volunteering with an organization that helps trauma survivors. I answer hotlines, and I help people navigate the resources available to them. It feels like I'm doing something meaningful. People keep asking me if I regret taking that job, if I wish I'd never gone to the Vanderhoff house. And honestly, no, I don't regret it. Because if I hadn't been there that night, if I hadn't gotten curious about the basement, the Vanderhoffs would still be killing people. The brother would still be helping them. Those 200-plus people would still be watching. And Emma would still be living in that house, listening to screams from the basement, being forced to watch her parents commit murder. I saved her. I stopped them. And yeah, it cost me my peace of mind and my ability to feel completely safe. But it was worth it. Emma is going to have a life now, a real life, with people who love her and protect her. She's going to grow up and maybe she will become a police officer, or maybe she'll be something else entirely. But she's going to grow up. She's going to have that chance. And that's everything. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found my roommate's secret room. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my mind. I'm sitting in a McDonald's parking lot right now because I can't go back to that apartment. I don't think I'll ever go back. Let me start from the beginning. 3 months ago, I moved to Portland for a new job. The apartment market was brutal, and I was running out of money from hotels, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a room in a 2-bedroom apartment for only $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad said the current tenant was looking for a quiet roommate who kept to themselves. That was perfect for me since I'm pretty introverted anyway. The guy's name was Marcus. When we met to look at the place, he seemed normal enough. He was maybe 35, tall, kinda skinny, with dark hair and the glasses. He worked from home doing something with computers. He told me the apartment was in his late grandmother's name, which is why the rent was so cheap. She'd passed away 2 years ago, but he'd kept paying the rent to the building management, and they never bothered to update the lease. The apartment itself was older, but clean. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, and living room. My room was tiny, but it had a window, and that was good enough for me. Marcus showed me around, told me the Wi-Fi password, said I could use anything in the kitchen. He had only 2 rules. Don't go in his bedroom, and don't make noise after 10 p.m. because he had to wake up early for work calls. Easy enough. I moved in that weekend. The first month was fine. Marcus and I barely saw each other. He spent most of his time in his room with the door closed. I'd hear him typing, occasionally talking on the phone in a low voice. Sometimes I'd hear other sounds too, moving furniture, something being dragged across the floor, weird thumping. But I figured he was just rearranging stuff or exercising or whatever. Not my business. He was tidy, always cleaned up after himself in the kitchen, never left. Messes in the bathroom. The perfect roommate, honestly. We'd exchange maybe 10 words a day. Morning. Hey. Have a good day. That was about it. But there were some weird things I noticed. First, Marcus never seemed to leave the apartment. I mean, never. I worked a regular 9-to-5 job, and every single morning when I left, his bedroom door was closed. Every single evening when I came home, his door was still closed. I never saw him go outside, not once. His car sat in the parking lot gathering dust. Second, he got a lot of deliveries. Amazon packages almost every day, sometimes multiple packages. But also grocery deliveries, restaurant deliveries, all kinds of stuff. It would get left outside our door, and he'd bring it in when I wasn't looking. I never actually saw him retrieve anything. Third, the smell. Every few days, there'd be this weird chemical smell coming from his room. Kind of like bleach, but not quite. It would last a few hours and then disappear. When I asked him about it once, he said he was cleaning. Seemed reasonable. The really weird stuff started about 6 weeks after I moved in. I came home from work one day, and Marcus's bedroom door was open. This had never happened before. I could see inside as I walked past, just a regular bedroom. Bed, desk, computer, some posters on the wall. Nothing strange. But then I noticed something odd about the room's dimensions. I'm not an architect or anything, but something seemed off. The room looked smaller from the inside than it should have been based on the building's layout. Like, if you looked at the apartment from outside, or even just thought about how the rooms connected, Marcus's bedroom should have been bigger. There was space missing. I didn't think too much about it at the time. Old buildings are weird, walls get built in strange places, whatever. But then I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that room, about the space that didn't add up. Around 2 a.m., I got up to get water, and I noticed light coming from under Marcus's door. I could hear him moving around, that dragging sound again, and then silence. I went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the apartment layout, about where the missing space could be. When I got home, Marcus's door was closed as usual. I made dinner, watched some TV, tried to act normal. But around 11 p.m., I heard Marcus leave his room and go into the bathroom. I heard the shower start, and I did something I'm not proud of. I went to his bedroom door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I knew I shouldn't. I knew it was a huge violation of privacy and crossing every boundary. But my hand was already turning the knob, and I was already pushing the door open. The room looked the same as before. Bed, desk, computer. But now I was looking for something specific. I walked around the room, checking the walls. And that's when I found it. On the wall behind his desk, there was a poster of some movie I didn't recognize. But when I touched the wall around it, I could feel a draft of air. I pulled the poster aside and found a door. Not a regular door, more like a small hatch, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It was painted the same color as the wall, almost invisible if you weren't looking for it. My heart was pounding. I could still hear the shower running. I knew I had maybe 5 more minutes before Marcus came back. I opened the hatch. Behind it was darkness and a smell, that chemical smell, but stronger. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked inside. It was a room, a hidden room, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling. I had to crouch to fit through the hatch. The room was full of stuff. And by stuff, I mean disturbing stuff. There were photographs covering every wall, hundreds of them. They were all of people, different people, all ages, all types. But they weren't normal photos. They were surveillance photos, pictures of people walking down the street, sitting in cafes, getting into their cars, pictures taken through windows, pictures of people sleeping. In the corner was a desk with 3 computer monitors. They were all on, showing what looked like security camera feeds. I recognized some of the locations. They were around our neighborhood. The coffee shop on the corner, the bus stop 2 blocks away, the parking lot of our building. There were filing cabinets against one wall. I opened one and found folders, each labeled with a name and date. I pulled out a random one. Inside were more photos of a woman I didn't recognize, along with printed documents. What looked like her work schedule, her home address, her daily routine, all written out in detail. There were pages and pages of notes about her life. I felt sick. I opened another cabinet. This one had different stuff. There were driver's licenses, credit cards, keys, all sorts of personal items that clearly belonged to other people. Everything was organized in plastic bags with labels. The shower had stopped. Panic hit me. I ducked back through the hatch, pulled the poster back in place, and got out of Marcus's room as quickly and quietly as I could. I made it back to my room and closed the door just as I heard the bathroom door open. I sat on my bed, shaking. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was Marcus stalking people? Was he stealing from them? What was he doing with all that information? I didn't sleep that night. I kept my door locked and a chair pushed against it. Every sound from the apartment made me jump. In the morning, I called in sick to work. I needed to figure out what to do. Should I call the police? But what would I say? That I broke into my roommate's room and found a hidden room full of creepy stuff? Would they even believe me? And I'd been living here for weeks. Would they think I was involved somehow? I decided to gather evidence first. I waited until I heard Marcus in the bathroom. Then I snuck into his room with my phone and took photos of everything. The hatch, the hidden room, the walls of photographs, the filing cabinets, everything. But when I tried to leave, I heard footsteps. Marcus was coming back. I barely had time to get out of the hidden room and close the hatch before his bedroom door opened. I was still crouched behind his desk when he walked in. We made eye contact. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. His face was completely blank, expressionless. Then he smiled. "I was wondering when you'd find it," he said calmly. I stood up slowly. "Marcus, I can explain." "No need." He closed the bedroom door behind him. "You were curious. That's natural. Most people would have found it eventually." "Who are all those people in the photos?" "Projects," he said like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I study people, their patterns, their routines, their habits. It's fascinating, really, how predictable humans are." "That's not studying, that's stalking. That's illegal." He shrugged. "Is it? I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not making contact. I'm just observing, taking notes. Sometimes I like to see how close I can get to someone without them noticing. It's a game." "You have their personal belongings, their IDs, their credit cards." "Borrowed. I always put them back eventually. Most people don't even notice they're gone." I was trying to edge toward the door, but he was blocking it. He seemed to notice and took a step to the side, gesturing for me to leave. "You can go if you want," he said. "I'm not going to stop you. But think about what you're going to do. If you call the police, they'll want to know why you were in my room. They'll ask questions about how long you've known, why you didn't report it earlier. And technically, I haven't broken any major laws. Trespassing, maybe. Petty theft. They'll give me a slap on the wrist, and then I'll be right back here." "You're insane." "No, I'm thorough. There's a difference." He sat down at his desk. "I've been doing this for 8 years. I'm very good at it. I cover my tracks. And I'm very careful about choosing the roommates who won't cause problems." That's when it clicked. "You chose me specifically. You knew I'd keep to myself." "Of course. You were perfect, quiet, introverted, working long hours, no local friends or family to visit. You barely exist outside of this apartment and your job. The ideal roommate." "How did you know all that about me?" He smiled wider. "The same way I know everything about everyone. Research." I felt my stomach drop. "You were watching me before I moved in." "I watch everyone. It's what I do." He turned to his computer and pulled up a folder. My name was on it. "I have your whole life documented. Where you work, where you shop, what time you go to bed. I know you call your mother every Sunday at 6 p.m., I know you order Thai food every Friday. I know you're afraid of dogs because of something that happened when you were 7. How could you possibly know that? You'd be amazed what you can learn from social media, public records, and a good telephoto lens. People share their entire lives online. You just have to know where to look. I finally made it to the door and pulled it open. You need help. Serious psychological help. Maybe, but I'm happy. Are you happy? He didn't wait for an answer. You should pack your things. I don't think this living situation is going to work out anymore. I went to my room and started throwing clothes into a bag. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I could hear Marcus moving around in his room, that dragging sound again. I didn't want to know what he was doing. I grabbed my laptop, my important documents, anything I absolutely needed. The rest could stay. I wasn't coming back for it. As I was leaving, Marcus came out of his room. He was holding something, a folder with my name on it. Here, he said, handing it to me. Something to remember me by. I didn't want to take it, but morbid curiosity made me grab it. What is this? Your file. Everything I collected about you, consider it a gift. Most people never get to see themselves the way I see them. I looked inside. There were photos of me from the past 3 months, walking to my car, sitting in coffee shops, standing in line at the grocery store. There were printouts of my social media posts, my work schedule, maps of my daily routes. There were notes about my behavior, my habits, my routines, all written in tiny, neat handwriting. You're sick, I said. I'm honest. Everyone watches everyone now. Social media, security cameras, smartphones tracking your every move. I'm just more open about it. At least I'm not selling your data to advertisers. I left without another word and drove straight to a motel. I've been here for 3 hours now, looking through the folder, and I realize he's right about one thing. He really does know everything about me. There are things in here I'd forgotten about myself, patterns I didn't know I had. I called the police from the motel. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but they didn't sound very concerned. They asked me a bunch of questions about why I was in his room, whether anything was stolen, whether he'd threatened me. I tried to explain about the hidden room and the photographs, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. A detective came by the motel an hour later. He took my statement and the photos I'd taken with my phone. He said they'd investigate. But he also warned me that what Marcus was doing might not technically be illegal. Creepy, yes. Wrong, definitely. But the law isn't always clear on this stuff. The photos of people in public places, that's usually legal, the detective explained. The surveillance cameras might be a violation, depending on where they're pointed, but that's more of a civil matter. The stolen items are concerning, but if he returns them and the victims don't press charges, it's hard to make a case stick. What about stalking? Has he contacted any of these people, threatened them, shown up at their homes uninvited? I don't know. Then it's hard to prove stalking. Look, we'll check it out. We'll talk to him. But I want you to be prepared for the possibility that we might not be able to charge him with anything serious. That was 3 hours ago. I haven't heard back from them yet. I've been sitting here in this McDonald's parking lot looking through Marcus's file on me, and I'm realizing something terrifying. I moved to Portland 3 months ago, But some of these photos are older. There's a picture of me from 6 months ago, back when I was still living in Seattle. I'm walking out of my old apartment building. He'd been watching me for at least 6 months before I moved in. Which means he didn't just find me on Craigslist. He planned this. He chose me specifically and then somehow engineered the situation so I'd see his ad and move in. But why? Why go through all that trouble? I'm nobody. I'm just a regular person with a boring job and a boring life. Unless that's exactly why. Maybe he wanted a roommate who wouldn't notice things, wouldn't ask questions, wouldn't interfere with his projects. Someone who'd be so focused on their own life that they wouldn't pay attention to his. I just realized something else. In all the time I lived there, I never once saw Marcus's bedroom light turned off. Not once. Now I'm wondering if he ever slept, or if he spent every night in that hidden room watching his cameras, organizing his files, planning whatever it is he was planning. My phone just buzzed. It's a text from an unknown number. You forgot your toothbrush. I'll mail it to you. It's him. It has to be. But how does he have my phone number? I never gave it to him. We only communicated through email when I was looking at the apartment. Another text. Also, you should know that Detective Morrison has a gambling problem. He owes $15,000 to a bookie in southeast Portland. He won't take your complaint seriously. How the hell does he know who I talk to? Is he listening somehow? Does he have my phone bugged? Another text. Don't bother changing your number. I have other ways of reaching you. I just wanted you to know. This isn't over. You're still one of my projects. You'll always be one of my projects. Have a nice life. I'm leaving Portland. Tonight. I'm going to drive to my mom's house in California and figure out what to do from there. Maybe I'll change my name, delete all my social media, start over somewhere new. But I know it won't matter. He'll find me. He's been doing this for 8 years and he's good at it. He knows how to watch people without being seen. He knows how to collect information, how to stay invisible. And the worst part is, he's right. We're all being watched all the time. Security cameras, social media, data collection, smartphones. We've normalized surveillance to the point where someone like Marcus can hide in plain sight, doing what everyone else is doing, just being more honest about it. I keep thinking about all those files in his cabinet, all those people living their lives completely unaware that someone is documenting their every move. Should I try to warn them? But how? I don't know who they are, and even if I did, what would I say? Hey, a stranger has been watching you for months and knows everything about your life. They'd think I was crazy. The detective just called. They went to the apartment. Marcus was gone. The bedroom door was locked, and they couldn't get a warrant to break it down without more evidence. They're treating it as a wellness check gone nowhere, basically. The detective said he'd follow up if they locate Marcus, but I could tell he was already moving on to other cases. I asked him about the surveillance cameras, the stolen items, everything I'd seen. We couldn't verify any of that without accessing the apartment, he said, and your roommate has a right to privacy. Without clear evidence of a crime in progress, our hands are tied. So that's it? He just gets away with it? I didn't say that. We have your report on file. If anyone else comes forward with similar complaints, that will help build a case. But right now, it's your word against his, and you admitted to entering his room without permission. So I'm on my own. I've started looking over my shoulder everywhere I go. Every car that follows me for more than 2 blocks, I think it's him. Every person who looks at me too long, I wonder if they're working for him. Is he watching me right now? Does he have cameras in this parking lot? Did he bug my car? I checked my car. I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing there. These devices can be tiny, hidden anywhere. Another text. You're parked outside the McDonald's on 82nd Avenue. You've been there for 4 hours. You should probably move soon. The manager is getting suspicious. I dropped my phone. My hands are shaking again. He's watching me right now. Right this second. I looked around the parking lot, but I don't see anyone. There's a few other cars, some people inside the restaurant, but no one paying attention to me. Where is he? How is he doing this? Unless he's not here. Unless he's just tracking my phone's location. That's possible, right? There are apps for that. I turned off my phone's location services, then I turned off the phone completely and removed the battery. I need to think. I need to figure out what to do. Option 1, keep running. Change everything about my life. Become a ghost. Option 2, go to the media. Tell my story. Maybe public pressure will force the police to take this seriously. Option 3, confront Marcus. Find him and make him stop. Option 4, do nothing. Let him watch. He said himself he's not threatening anyone, not making contact. Maybe if I just ignore it, he'll lose interest and move on to someone else. That last option feels like giving up. But I'm so tired. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. I can't think straight anymore. I just want my normal, boring life back. I want to go to work and come home and watch TV and not worry about someone documenting my every move. I want to feel safe in my own home. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Even if Marcus leaves me alone, even if I never hear from him again, I'll always know he's out there. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. I'll always wonder if that person across the street is just a stranger or someone with a camera, adding me to their files. Maybe that's his real goal, not to harm anyone, but to make them aware, to show them that privacy is an illusion, that we're all being watched all the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. If that's the case, then he's won, because I'll never feel safe again. I'm going to drive to California now. I'll throw my phone away and buy a burner. I'll pay for everything in cash. I'll stay off social media. I'll be careful about where I go and who I talk to. And maybe, if I'm lucky, he'll get bored and find a new project. But I doubt it, because, like he said, I'll always be one of his projects, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. Update. It's been 2 weeks since I wrote everything above. I'm at my mom's house now. I've been too scared to post this until now, but I feel like people need to know. The detective called me yesterday. They found Marcus, or rather, they found his body. He was in the apartment, in the hidden room. He'd been dead for at least a week, maybe more. The cause of death was a heart attack, natural causes. They searched the room after finding him. Everything I described was there. The photos, the files, the cameras, all of it. But there was more. They found files on over 200 different people, some going back 10 years. They found hard drives with terabytes of surveillance footage. They're trying to identify all the victims now so they can notify them. The detective told me something else. They found Marcus's medical records. He had a condition, some kind of paranoid personality disorder combined with OCD. He'd been institutionalized twice in his 20s. He'd been obsessed with the idea that everyone was watching him. So he started watching everyone else first. It was his way of feeling in control. He wasn't dangerous, the detective said. Not really. He never approached anyone, never threatened anyone. He just watched. In his mind, he was protecting himself by knowing everything about everyone around him. That doesn't make it okay, I said. No, it doesn't. But it does explain it. They're still going through all his files. I asked if I could get my file back, but they said it's evidence now. Just as well. I don't want to see it again anyway. I thought I'd feel relief when I heard he was dead. That I'd feel safe again. But I don't. Because every time I go outside, I wonder who else is out there doing the same thing Marcus was doing. How many other people are watching, documenting, collecting information on strangers? The detective said they found something else in the apartment. A journal where Marcus had written about all his projects, including me. Apparently, I was supposed to be his masterpiece, the perfect subject who would never notice what he was doing. He'd planned to document my entire life from the shadows for years. But then I found the hidden room and ruined everything. In his final entry, written just hours before he died, he wrote, Subject 147 discovered the archive. 8 years of work compromised. Must begin again with new subject. Must be more careful. Must choose better. They're always watching. I have to watch them first. Subject 147. That was me. I wasn't a person to him. I was just a number. The detective said they think the stress of being discovered triggered his heart attack. So, in a way, I killed him. Not directly, but I caused the chain of events that led to his death. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not going back to Portland. I got a job here in California. Yeah, something remote, so I can work from home. I'm living with my mom for now while I save up for my own place. I still check over my shoulder. I still worry about cameras and people paying too much attention. But slowly, I'm starting to feel normal again. Except for one thing. Last week, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a USB drive with a note. Marcus's backup files. Thought you should have them. He would have wanted you to continue his work. Someone needs to watch. I haven't plugged in the USB drive. I'm too afraid of what I'll find on it. But it's sitting on my desk right now, and every day I get a little more curious. What if there's something important on there? What if there are things about me I should know? What if there are other victims who need to be warned? Or what if it's exactly what it sounds like? An invitation to become the next Marcus. To start watching people, documenting them, collecting their information. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but I think about it all the time. And sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if Marcus was right. If the only way to feel safe in a world where everyone is watching is to watch them back. I wonder if that makes me crazy, or if it just makes me aware. The USB drive is still sitting on my desk. I still haven't looked at what's on it, but I will. Eventually, I will, because I need to know, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room in a house where the owner asked me not to lock the door. I moved to a new city for work, the kind of move you don't plan for long. 1 week, you're normal. The next, You're packing everything you own into your car and hoping things work out. I needed a place fast, something cheap, something temporary. I found the listing on a local forum, not even a real rental site, just a post with no pictures. Room for rent, quiet house, short or long term, cash only. I messaged the number and got a reply almost right away. The man said the room was still available and asked when I could come see it. I told him that night. He sent the address and added one strange line at the end. Please don't lock your door at night. I assumed it was a joke or some old person rule. I ignored it. The house was in a normal neighborhood. That was the first thing that made me feel okay about it. Other houses nearby, cars and driveways, porch lights on. The place itself was older, but not abandoned. White paint, 2 floors, small front porch, one light on inside. The owner opened the door before I knocked. He was tall, thin, maybe late 60s, clean clothes, calm voice. He smiled like someone who practiced it a lot. You must be here about the room, he said. Inside, the house was very quiet. No TV, no radio, no ticking clocks. The air felt cold even though it wasn't winter. Everything was clean but plain, no photos, no decorations, just furniture and walls. The room he showed me was upstairs. Small bed, desk, closet, window facing the backyard. Nothing strange about it at all. The price was low, very low. I asked him why. He paused for a second and said, I prefer short stays. That was fine with me. When I agreed, he handed me the key and repeated the rule. Please don't lock your door at night. It makes things worse. I smiled and said, okay, even though I had no plan to follow that. The first night was quiet. The second night, I heard footsteps. They were upstairs in the hallway. Slow steps, bare feet by the sound of them. I assumed it was the owner walking around. Then I realized the steps stopped right outside my door. They stayed there for a long time. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear movement. Just the feeling of someone standing very close to the door, facing it. Eventually, the steps moved away. The next morning, I asked the owner if he walked around at night. He looked confused. I don't go upstairs, he said. That night, I locked my door. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft sound. Scratching, not at the door, on the wall next to my bed. Slow, steady scratches like fingernails dragging across wood from the inside. I turned on the lamp. The sound stopped. When I turned the light off, it started again. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I noticed something new in the hallway. The carpet outside my door was pressed down like someone had been standing there for a long time. That night, I didn't lock the door. The footsteps came back. They walked up and down the hall, sometimes stopping at other doors, sometimes stopping at mine. At one point, something gently pushed my door open, just a few inches. I stared at the dark gap, my heart pounding. Nothing came in. The door slowly closed again. The owner wasn't home the next day. That night, things got worse. The footsteps were louder, faster, more than one set. I heard whispering too, low and unclear, like people talking in another room. Then I heard my name, very clearly. It came from right outside my door. I jumped up and opened it. The hallway was empty, but at the far end, I saw something standing near the stairs. It was tall and thin and wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted in a way a human neck shouldn't. It didn't move. It just watched me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Immediately, something hit the door from the other side. Not hard, not angry, patient. Tap, tap, tap. all night long. In the morning, I packed my things. The owner was in the kitchen when I came downstairs. He looked tired. "You locked it," he said quietly. I asked him what was in the house. He didn't answer right away. "People pass through," he finally said. "Some don't like leaving." I dropped the key on the table and walked out. I've lived in 3 different places since then. It didn't matter. For weeks after, every place I stayed had the same problem. Around 2 a.m., I would hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, bare, stopping right outside my door. And no matter where I am now, I don't lock my door anymore. Because whatever followed me here already knows how to open it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway House Tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, a gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon, thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. "Rules are simple," he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. "You stay in your room, the front left on the 2nd floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the 3rd floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine." He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. "Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind." He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow, creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo. A small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress. Faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls, Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump, clank, thump, clank. It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes, settling wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle, pipes groan, rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, the silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, a shelter maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door, the pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me. A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room, a soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet, a small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near total darkness. Then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then, the metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay, like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. Don't go. It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust, and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me. Nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, "Run!" But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom! I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold, not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me, a slow, wet scratching, not mice, deliberate, methodical, scratch, 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 like fingernails, long broken fingernails dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there watching me flee. The cab turned a corner and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe, for now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine, now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter, and something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back, because where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore, it was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again, faint but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me, always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow. It's waiting. And it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My carbon monoxide detector has been going off every night at 3 a.m. for the past week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot at 4 in the morning because I'm too scared to go back inside my apartment. I know how insane this sounds, but I need to write everything down before I forget again. Let me start from the beginning. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building in Minneapolis. I've been here for 8 months. It's not fancy, but it's mine, and the rent is cheap. I work from home doing tech support, so I'm in the apartment pretty much all day, every day. About 2 weeks ago, I installed a carbon monoxide detector. I know I should have done it sooner, but I kept putting it off. My mom kept nagging me about it after her friend's husband died from a faulty furnace, so I finally ordered one on Amazon. It's one of those digital ones with a screen that shows the CO levels. I put it in the hallway between my bedroom and the living room, plugged it in, and forgot about it. Everything was fine for the first week. Then last Monday night, I woke up to the detector screaming. The alarm is loud, really loud, and it was going off right outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:07 a.m. I stumbled out into the hallway and looked at the detector. The screen said 0 ppm, 0. No carbon monoxide detected, but it was still blaring. I unplugged it, thinking maybe it was malfunctioning. The alarm stopped. I stood there in the dark hallway for a minute, listening, but everything was quiet. I plugged it back in. It beeped once to show it was working, displayed 0 ppm, and stayed quiet. I went back to bed. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. exactly, the alarm started screaming. I checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it, waited, plugged it back in. It stopped. I figured the detector was defective. I was going to return it, but I got busy with work and forgot. Wednesday night, 3 a.m., the alarm went off. Again. This time, I was annoyed enough that I actually got out of bed faster. I unplugged the detector and brought it into my bedroom, so the alarm wouldn't wake me up if it went off again. I left it on my dresser, unplugged. I went back to sleep. At 3:47 a.m., I woke up to the alarm going off again. The detector was still on my dresser, still unplugged, but the screen was lit up and the alarm was blaring and the screen said, p.m. That's when I started to get scared. I took the batteries out. The detector is supposed to have a battery backup in case of power outages. I removed them completely, no power source at all. The alarm kept going. I stood there holding this dead detector in my hands while it screamed at me. The screen was still lit up, showing 0 ppm, even though there was no possible way it could be getting power. I threw it in my closet and shut the door. The alarm was muffled, but I could still hear it. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I opened the closet. The detector was silent, screen dark, completely dead. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about throwing it away, but part of me wanted to figure out what was happening. I posted about it on a tech support forum. People said it was probably a manufacturing defect, that sometimes electronics can hold a charge and do weird things. Someone suggested I get a replacement and also call my landlord to check the furnace. I called my landlord that afternoon. He said the furnace was inspected in September and everything was fine, but he'd send someone to check again. A maintenance guy came by on Friday. He spent 20 minutes looking at the furnace and the vents and said everything looked good. No leaks, no problems. I asked him if he'd ever heard of carbon monoxide detectors going off when they're not even plugged in. He looked at me weird and said, no. After he left, I took the detector out of my closet. I put the batteries back in and plugged it into the outlet in my living room, far away from my bedroom. I wanted to see if it would go off again. Friday night, 3 a.m., it went off. I got up and checked it, 0 ppm. I unplugged it and took the batteries out again. It kept beeping for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Saturday, I bought a completely different detector from a different brand. I installed it in the hallway and put the old one in a drawer in my kitchen. Saturday night, 3 a.m., the new detector went off. I checked it, 0 ppm. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could hear another alarm going off too, muffled from the kitchen. The old detector in the drawer was also going off. Both detectors, different brands, one with no power source, both going off at exactly 3 a.m., showing no carbon monoxide present. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise. I didn't go back to sleep. Sunday morning, I did some research. I looked up everything I could find about carbon monoxide detectors malfunctioning. The only thing that made sense was electromagnetic interference. Sometimes power lines or other electronics can cause false alarms, but that wouldn't explain the detector going off with no power. I also looked up stories about carbon monoxide poisoning. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, confusion, nausea. One thing that kept coming up in the articles was that CO poisoning can cause memory problems and hallucinations. I started to think, what if there really is carbon monoxide in my apartment? What if the detectors are malfunctioning and not showing the real levels? What if I'm slowly being poisoned, and that's why I'm seeing impossible things like unplugged detectors turning on? Sunday afternoon, I bought a third detector, a professional grade one that cost $200. The reviews said it was the most accurate on the market. I also bought a pack of those disposable CO badges that change color. if they detect gas. I put badges in every room. I installed the new detector. I opened all my windows, even though it was freezing outside. Sunday night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching the detector. At 2:55 a.m., I was staring right at it. At exactly 3 a.m., all 3 detectors started going off. The new one in the hallway, the one in the living room, and the one in the kitchen drawer. All of them, simultaneously, all of them showing 0 ppm. I checked the CO badges. None of them had changed color. No carbon monoxide. The alarms kept going for about 5 minutes. Then they all stopped at the same time. Just stopped, mid-beep. Total silence. I sat on my couch in the dark, shaking. That's when I noticed something. My laptop was open on the coffee table. I always close it before bed. But it was open, and the screen was on. And there was a document open in Word. I didn't remember opening a document. I walked over and looked at the screen. There was text. Pages and pages of text. I started reading it. It was a journal, my journal, entries going back months. But I don't keep a journal. I've never kept a journal. The entries were about my daily life. What I ate, what I watched on TV, who I talked to. Mundane stuff. But written in detail, like someone was documenting everything I did. I scrolled down. The entries got weirder. They started talking about hearing noises at night, about feeling watched, about losing time and finding things moved around the apartment. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember writing any of this. The last entry was from Sunday night, a few hours ago. It said, "The alarms went off again at 3 a.m., all 3 of them. I'm starting to understand what's happening. I'm starting to remember. I don't think I'm alone in this apartment. I don't think I've ever been alone here." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll. I kept reading. I found the photos today. They were in a folder on my desktop labeled "Do Not Open." I don't remember creating that folder. I opened it anyway. There were pictures of me sleeping, hundreds of them, taken from different angles in my bedroom, some from last week, some from last night. Someone has been in my room while I'm sleeping, taking pictures. I immediately opened my desktop folders. There it was. A folder labeled "Do Not Open." I clicked on it. Photos. So many photos. All of me. Sleeping in my bed, sitting at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV. Some were taken from inside my apartment, from angles that shouldn't be possible unless someone was standing right next to me. Others were taken through my window from outside, from the building across the street. There were photos from tonight, from an hour ago. Me sitting on the couch with all the lights on, holding my phone. Someone was watching me right now. I ran to the window and looked out. The building across the street was dark, but I could see one window with a faint light. 3rd floor, directly across from my apartment. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them someone was stalking me, that someone had been in my apartment taking pictures. They said they'd send an officer. While I waited, I kept reading the journal. The entries got more disturbing. I think I'm losing time. I'll be working and then suddenly it's hours later and I don't remember what happened. I found a video on my phone today. I don't remember recording it. It's 47 minutes of me just sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, not moving, just sitting there. I watched the whole thing. I never blinked. Not once in 47 minutes. I checked my phone. I found the video. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch myself sitting there like that. The detectives are trying to warn me. The 3 a.m. alarms, that's when they come into my apartment. That's when I'm most vulnerable, in the deepest part of sleep. The detectives can sense them, even if they can't detect carbon monoxide. They're sensing something else. No, that was crazy. That didn't make any sense. But what did make sense? Detectors going off with no power. Detectors going off with no gas present. Photos of me that I didn't take. A journal I didn't write. The police arrived around 4:30 a.m. 2 officers. I showed them everything. The detectives, the photos, the journal. They looked at each other with expressions I couldn't read. They searched my apartment. They checked the closets, under the bed, the bathroom. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No signs that anyone had been there besides me. They asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. No, just me and the landlord. They asked if I'd been feeling okay, if I'd been stressed, if I was taking any medications. I said no. I said I was fine, but I could tell they didn't believe me. One of the officers took my laptop to look at the photos more carefully. He opened the folder. It was empty. All the photos were gone, deleted in the last 10 minutes, according to the file properties. "Is this some kind of prank?" he asked. "No, I swear they were just there, hundreds of photos." They looked at each other again. The other officer found my journal document still open in Word. He started reading it out loud. But it wasn't the same. The entries were different now. Normal entries about normal things. Nothing about being watched or losing time. Nothing about photos. "This seems like a pretty standard journal," he said. "That's not what it said before. It was talking about someone being in my apartment." They asked if I'd been drinking or using drugs. I said no. They asked if I'd considered talking to someone, maybe a therapist. They gave me a card for a crisis hotline. They left around 5 a.m. They said to call if anything else happened, but I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After they left, I checked my laptop again. The journal was still open. I read through it again, just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It was different. It had been changed. Someone had changed it while the police were here. I checked the folder of photos. Still empty, but the deleted files, I could recover those. I downloaded a recovery program and started scanning my hard drive. It found fragments, pieces of the photos that had been deleted. Not enough to see full images, but enough to see parts. A piece of my bedroom, a corner of my face, a timestamp showing they were taken last night. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken these photos. And then they deleted the evidence while the police were here, which meant they were either still in my apartment somewhere or they had remote access to my computer. I slammed my laptop shut. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and my keys. I left the apartment and went to my car. That's where I am now. It's 6 a.m. The sun is starting to come up. I've been sitting here trying to make sense of everything. I keep coming back to the carbon monoxide detectors. Why 3 a.m.? Why do they all go off at exactly 3 a.m. showing 0 ppm? I looked it up. 3 a.m. is called the witching hour. But that's just superstition. But it's also the time when your body is in the deepest sleep, when your REM cycle is at its peak. It's when you're most vulnerable to sleepwalking, night terrors, sleep paralysis. What if I'm doing this to myself? What if I'm sleepwalking and taking photos of myself and writing in the journal and I don't remember it? What if the carbon monoxide detectors are going off because I'm somehow triggering them in my sleep? But that doesn't explain how the detector went off with no power. That doesn't explain the photos taken from outside my window, unless I'm not sleepwalking, unless there's something else wrong with me. I called my mom. It's early, but she always wakes up at 5:30. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Honey," she said carefully, "I think you need to see a doctor." "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were crazy, but what you're describing, the memory problems, the lost time, finding things you don't remember, creating, those could be symptoms of something medical, a brain tumor or seizures or even just extreme stress. What about the detectors? What about them going off with no power?" She didn't have an answer for that. I told her I was going to get a hotel room for a few days just until I figured things out. She said that was a good idea. She asked me to promise I'd see a doctor. I promised. I'm about to drive to a hotel. But I needed to write all this down first, while I still remember it clearly, because I'm starting to worry that I'll forget again, that whatever is happening to me will make me forget, like it's made me forget before. If you're reading this and I've forgotten, here's what you need to know. 1. The carbon monoxide detectors go off at 3 a.m. every night. 2. There are photos on my computer that I didn't take. 3. There's a journal on my computer that I didn't write. 4. Someone has been in my apartment while I sleep. 5. I'm losing time and I don't know what I'm doing. During those gaps, I'm going to the hotel now. I'll update when I can. Update. 2 p.m. Same day. I checked into a hotel around 7 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. I woke up at noon feeling better, more clear-headed. I decided to look at my phone. I had a dozen texts from my landlord. The first one was from 8 a.m. "Your neighbor below you called. She said your alarm has been going off all morning. Please turn it off." The rest were increasingly angry messages about the noise and threatening to enter my apartment if I didn't respond. I called him. "I'm not in the apartment. I've been at a hotel since 6 a.m. "Well, something is making noise in there. I'm going in." I told him to go ahead. I wanted him to check anyway to see if anyone was in there. He called me back 20 minutes later. I went in. Your carbon monoxide detectors were all going off. I unplugged them. You really need to get those checked out. They're defective. Was anyone else in the apartment? What? No, it's empty. Why would someone be in your apartment? I explained about the photos and the journal. He was silent for a long time. Look, he said finally, I don't want to overstep, but have you been feeling okay? Like mentally okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Can you just check the windows? Make sure they're all locked from the inside? He checked, all locked. No signs anyone had broken in. After we hung up, I opened my laptop. I wanted to look at the journal again to see if it had changed again. The document was gone. Completely gone. Not in my recent files, not anywhere on my computer. I searched for it. Nothing. I checked my browser history to see what I'd been looking at last night. The history had been cleared. All of it. Wiped completely. Then I noticed my webcam light was on. The little green light that shows when the camera is active. I haven't used my webcam in months. I opened my webcam software. It was recording. It had been recording since I opened my laptop at the hotel. Recording me sitting here, reading, typing. I checked the saved videos folder. There were hours of footage, days of footage, videos of me in my apartment, working, sleeping, walking around. The timestamps went back weeks. My webcam had been recording me this entire time without my knowledge. I slammed the laptop shut and covered the webcam with tape. My heart was racing. Someone had accessed my computer remotely and turned on my webcam. They'd been watching me for weeks, maybe months. I called the police again. This time I told them about the webcam, about the remote access, about someone hacking my computer. They said they'd send someone from their cyber crimes unit. While I waited, I did something I should have done days ago. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment because my mom was right. Even if someone is stalking me and hacking my computer, the memory loss and lost time isn't normal. Something is wrong with me medically. The appointment is tomorrow morning. The cyber crimes detective showed up at my hotel around 3 p.m. She took my laptop to examine it. She said if someone really was accessing it remotely, they'd be able to find evidence. She asked me the same questions everyone asks. Have I been feeling stressed? Any medications? Any history of mental illness? I told her no, but I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow, just to rule things out. She said that was smart. She also said something that scared me. She said that in cases like this, where someone has access to your computer, they can also have access to your phone. They can track your location, read your messages, even listen through your microphone. I'm writing this update on a public library computer because I'm too afraid to use my phone anymore. I don't know who's watching me or why. I don't know what's real and what I'm imagining. I don't know if I'm sick or being stalked or both. All I know is that I can't go back to that apartment. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Final update. 1 week later. I'm writing this from my mom's house in Wisconsin. I left Minneapolis 4 days ago, and I'm not going back. The doctor's appointment revealed something I wasn't expecting. I have a brain tumor. It's small, benign, located in my temporal lobe. The neurologist said it's been there for a while, probably years, slowly growing. It's in a location that can cause memory problems, hallucinations, seizures, and something called confabulation, where your brain creates false memories to fill in gaps. The tumor explains a lot. The lost time, the confusion, finding things I didn't remember creating. It's possible I was doing things in a fugue state and not remembering them afterward. The cybercrimes detective called me yesterday. They analyzed my laptop. There was no evidence of remote access, no malware, no spyware, no indication that anyone had hacked into my computer. The webcam recordings were all started manually. By me. I just didn't remember doing it. The photos that I thought were of me sleeping, they analyzed the metadata, all taken by my phone, from angles consistent with me setting up the phone and taking the photos myself. The journal entries, the writing style matched samples of my other writing. It was me. I wrote all of it. I don't remember any of it, but apparently I did it all myself. The landlord checked my apartment again with police present. No signs anyone else had been there. No cameras, no listening devices, nothing. He checked the building across the street, too. The window I thought I saw a light in. That apartment has been vacant for 3 months. The carbon monoxide detectors, The landlord took them all to be tested by a professional. They're working perfectly, no defects. He installed new ones, and they haven't gone off since I left. The police think I was triggering them myself. In my fugue states, I was unplugging them, removing batteries, moving them around. That's why they seem to be going off with no power. I was the one making them go off manually and then not remembering it. 3 a.m. was probably when I was sleepwalking or having seizures related to the tumor. Everything has a rational explanation. Everything was me. I'm scheduled for surgery next month to remove the tumor. The doctors say that once it's gone, the symptoms should stop. The memory problems, the hallucinations, all of it. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. I got mail forwarded from my Minneapolis apartment yesterday. In with the bills and junk mail was a large manila envelope, no return address. Inside was a note and a USB drive. The note said, "You were right to leave. I'm sorry I scared you. I was only trying to warn you." I plugged the USB drive into my mom's laptop after she ran every security scan known to man. On the drive was a single video file. It was security camera footage from the hallway outside my apartment. Time-stamped from 2 weeks ago, the night the detectors started going off. The footage shows my apartment door. For hours, nothing happens. Then at 2:55 a.m., someone walks up to my door. They're wearing dark clothes, and their face is covered. They stand outside my door for a few minutes, just standing there. Then they pull out a key and unlock my door. They go inside. They're in there for exactly 12 minutes. Then they come back out, lock the door behind them, and walk away. This happens every night for a week on the footage, always between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., always the same person, always with a key. I showed the footage to the police. They contacted my landlord. He swears only he and I have keys to that apartment. He changed the locks when I moved in. There are no other copies. But someone had a key. Someone was coming into my apartment every night, and I was so deep in tumor-induced sleep that I never woke up. The police are investigating. They're pulling more security footage from the building. They're interviewing neighbors. They think it might be a maintenance worker or previous tenant who kept a copy of the old key before the locks were changed, or maybe it's someone else entirely. The tumor surgery is in 3 weeks. After that, maybe I'll remember. Maybe my brain will work properly, and I'll be able to piece together what was real and what I imagined. But I keep thinking about that note. I was only trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About myself and what I was doing in my fugue states? About the person who was breaking into my apartment? About something else entirely? I don't know. And the scariest part is that I might never know, because even after they remove the tumor, even after my memory comes back, I'll never be sure what was real. I'll never know which parts were my sick brain creating false memories and which parts actually happened. Was there really someone in my apartment? Or did I create that memory to explain the missing time? Were the carbon monoxide detectors really going off? Or did I just think they were? Was someone watching me? Or was I watching myself and forgetting it? I can't trust my own memories anymore. I can't trust my own brain. And that's scarier than any stalker could ever be. The one thing I know for certain is this: I'm never going back to that apartment. Whatever was happening there, whether it was all in my head or whether someone really was coming into my home every night while I slept, I can't live with that uncertainty. My mom says I can stay here as long as I need to. After the surgery, I'll figure out what comes next, but right now, I'm just trying to hold on to what's real. Trying to trust that the doctors know what they're doing. Trying to believe that once the tumor is gone, I'll be myself again. If I ever really knew who that was. If you're reading this and you're experiencing anything similar, memory loss, lost time, finding things you don't remember creating, please see a doctor. Don't do what I did and let it go on for months. Get help immediately, because you might have a tumor, or you might have someone breaking into your home every night, or both, and you won't know which until it's too late.